Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome to this continued consideration by the Budget and Finance Committee of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2012-2013. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. I'm joined by Councilmember Mitchell Englander, Vice Chair of the committee, and we're going to get started with the public comment for today. And so if you haven't already submitted a card and you'd like to speak, please fill out one of these white cards and bring it forward. The way we've been doing this is at the beginning of each meeting, we're taking general public comment on any item in the budget or any other matter that you'd like to comment on. It can be department specific or not. We'll take all of it at the beginning. In addition, if you would like to stay for the department, for each of the department presentations, and you would like to offer department-specific comment later, I will extend that option to you as well. The idea of having it all in the front is to make it easier for everybody to comment to the greatest degree possible. So, excuse me, we're going to get started, and we'll provide 2 minutes per speaker, and we will start with Dan Mariscal, followed by Paul Castro. So, Mr. Mariscal, come on forward. He will be followed by Paul Castro. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Mariscal. I represent Engineers and Architects Association. First of all, with the DOT, we are concerned about a management aide position which may or may not be vacant. We need some clarity there. In regards to Bureau of Engineering, we have one field engineering aide plus one land surveying assistant, and it's not clear if these are vacant or the two positions are shifted from regular authority to resolution authority. We also have one management assistant 2 and one senior management analyst 1 and one principal clerk, and it's not clear if these are vacant or part of the HR consolidation. We need some clarity there. In regards to sanitation, we have one senior management analyst 2. It's not clear if this is vacant or part of the HR consolidation. We need some clarity on that also. In regards to Bureau of Street Lighting, we have one management analyst 1 position, one management analyst 2, and also these are not clear if these are vacant or part of the HR consolidation. We ask that we get some clarity on this, and this is a little ambiguous for these employees, especially in light of the fact that they are currently in the midst of voting for a contract. I think this sends kind of mixed messages to the members. So what we're asking for is some clarity there. And we also ask the board's indulgence to make sure that these things are clarified so that these employees know where they stand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mariscal. And if you can, please, sir, if you can provide that list to my staff here, we'll make sure that those questions get answered. Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Castro, followed by David Bermudez. Is Mr. Castro here?
He stepped out.
Okay, we'll go to David Bermudez, then we'll come back to him. And after Mr. Bermudez will be Marianne Hayashi. Mr. Castro, I'm sorry, Mr. Bermudez, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is David Bermudez. I'm here representing the graffiti abatement contractors who work under Office of Community Beautification. Briefly, we are nonprofits. We have absorbed a 6.5% cut thus far. We have taken salary cuts. We have resorted to using as much recycled material as we can. We're doing our best to cut our costs. If these cuts grow, we are going to be seeing fewer staff, which will perhaps increase turnaround time. Currently, we do our best to turn around these 311 requests that your constituents call in or send by email, sometimes the very day, up to 72 hours. But that could increase if we absorb staff cuts. Cuts equals delayed vehicle and equipment repairs. And it's also affected your neighborhood matching grant process, which awards grants to your communities for beautification. So all those things I hope you take into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Marianne Hayashi, followed by Jim McQuiston. And
Marianne
by the way,
Hayashi.
before you begin, I just also want to note for the record that we've been joined by Councilmember Paul Koretz as well.
Marianne Hayashi, contractor, graffiti abatement contract for Council District 1 and part of Council District 13. And as David has stated, we've already taken cuts not only this year, but we've taken cuts in the last 2 years. And what we're really trying to avoid, all the contractors are trying to avoid losing staff members. We need those staff members out removing graffiti. This year we've taken the cuts, and then we didn't realize that we also took the cuts, a 6.5% cut in our budgets as far as paint and gas, and now I think we're all running in a deficit and we're scrambling to get through the year. So any additional cuts, we would really have to eliminate staff out there removing graffiti, and I think we all know that the quicker we get that graffiti off, the safer it is for the community. So we like you to consider this and realize that we're all out there doing our best. The contractors have taken big hits in the last few years, but we're always concerned about the safety of the community. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jim McQuiston, followed by Charles Leone.
Jim McQuiston, can I wait for the...
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, that'd be fine. Thanks. So our next speaker is Charles Leone, followed by Daniel Weissman.
Budget Chair Krikorian and members of this body, it's a pleasure again to speak before you today. My name is Charles Leone, and I work for SCIU 721 representing traffic officers. And I stand before you today because of in the budget is the extension and expansion of part-time traffic officers. Now, DOT has yet to answer to the status of the pilot program. Back in October in the Personnel Committee, Paul Koretz had actually championed to have part-time traffic officers be full-time. Because like us, there was the understanding that traffic enforcement is one of those very rare job duties in the city of Los Angeles that should not be part-time. You do not have part-time police officers. You shouldn't have part-time traffic officers. Now, let me give you a scenario. We've got 15 bodies that are on the city council. 15 bodies on the city council. Imagine if you had every council member of an odd district full-time. You're full-time. And if you're a council member of an even district, you're part-time. What do you think that does to the work environment? It divides the work environment. When the first class of part-time traffic officers showed up to their roll call and they had a manager in DOT say, those who generate the most tickets, you're going to get a job. You had a bunch of hungry dogs set out on our communities writing tickets. Some of them wrote 3 tickets on the same car. And those constituents would show up to the field offices complaining to your reps. This pilot program does not work. It is the bad idea of a former chief. It is a liability for the city of Los Angeles. The only reason DOT wants to have part-timers is because the CAO will not authorize full-timers. For every dollar you spend on a traffic officer, it is going to generate $3 of revenue for the city of Los Angeles. Look at the operating budget for traffic and parking enforcement. It only costs $52 million. The total enterprise brings in $130 million. This part-time pilot program is being forced down the DOT's throat and is being forced down the city council's throat. Management analysts being told, let's make this thing look successful. The ACS report is the most reliable report you can look at. It shows that it's a cost-neutral program. You can try to work the numbers, but at the end of the day, it is a liability. We're asking you not only to authorize, do not add those additional part-timers, do not extend this pilot program.
And we've received that report. Thank you very much for providing it. The next... Excuse me. I'd like also to note that we've been joined by Councilmember Tony Cardenas, and our next speaker is Daniel Weissman, followed by Dina Mulverhill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This morning I had the opportunity to introduce the idea of men's ties to the City Council. I'll introduce it again. How many of us think very much when we put on our ties? Those of us who are called suits. And I think you'll notice when you look at my ties that they say something. They say something about what I'm doing here. This tie, and I don't know if the IT can come in tight and see what this tie is. If he does, I'd appreciate it. This is a Picasso. This is an abstract. The budget is an abstract. It's a hope. It's a bunch of proposals, but it isn't reality. What I have in my hand now, and you've seen it before, and you'll see it again because it's much more than can be talked about in 1 or 2 minutes, is something that is made by Mr. Matthias Farfan of the Comptroller's Office. This is the cash flow of the city. There is information in this cash flow that needs to be put back to back against the budget. Because whereas the budget is what you're trying to do, this is what you are actually doing. Now, I've highlighted on the back of this page for your use 3 lines. Last year, we pushed $90-some-odd million out of last year's budget and into this year's budget. And that was part of the balancing process. It would appear that we're going to push about $100 million again out of this year's budget into next year's budget as part of the balancing process, because the first payment of salaries is going to occur on July 11th. Money accrued in 2011, 2012, that's this current year, is pushing forward. So when we're told that the deficit is $238 million, we start by adding another $100 million and then add the tran that isn't going to be paid until August. Please think about that, and let's talk about it in much more detail in the future.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dina Mulverhill, followed by Phyllis Doherty.
Good afternoon. My name is Dina Mulverhill. I'm with New Directions for Youth, and I'm a graffiti removal contractor with OCB. I'm here today to voice my concern about the cut to the graffiti contractors as well as the cut to the OCB supply account. OCB contractors have taken a cut 3 years in a row. Another cut would really hurt our graffiti removal program tremendously. We've already had a really big cut the last 3 years in a row. With another cut, it would affect our response time and affect the community. As you know, quicker response time is a safer community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your work. Phyllis Doherty, followed by Paul Castro, if he's returned.
Good morning, Phyllis Doherty with Animal Issues Movement.
Good afternoon.
I'm here to good afternoon. That's right. It's been a long day already. I'm here to speak to you about what's happened, the destruction of the Department of Animal Services, so that you're aware that this is not just a downsizing that's being done. It's not a reorganization. The employees are living in terror of their jobs, and they are leaving every opportunity they have. These are vital employees. This is not a service that can be replaced by just bringing in someone new. It's dangerous, it's skilled, it's specific. And when these employees are gone, years and years of knowledge will be also. We're passing laws and we're cutting down the officers that would be able to enforce them. If you go to Facebook, for LA Animal Services, all you will see is best friends and no kill LA. The purpose of, you cannot privatize public safety, it's not profitable, but we could make it cost effective by instituting licensing and citations in the manner that we were progressing. We're now backsliding. As the private organizations come in, be very clear that they are not coming to help us. They are coming to capture the donor base here for their email lists, which are solid gold with new adopters, especially in the city of Los Angeles. There was an effort at the last commission meeting to give away the data system of the department, which means that every person that adopts and every person that goes onto the Animal Services website would no longer be encrypted and secure. It would be in a cloud owned by a company called PetPoint. And guess who one of their major partners is as of 2011? Best Friends. So we will have no control over anything. The people in this city would be endangered by a private company taking over all of the data of this department and everything about animals in the city. This is a very, very serious thing that's happening. Ms. Barnett is not here to help this department.
Thank you. Our next speaker, and as of now, the last speaker for whom I have a card, but if anybody else would like to speak now, please fill one out and come on forward. Our final speaker as of now is Mr. Castro. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Budget and Finance. I wanted to let you know, when you consider street service, you need to consider their role in public safety and emergency response. Every time we have floods, earthquakes, fires, street service employees are there around the clock handling the emergencies. Currently, after hours, we don't even have 311 dispatchers to answer emergency calls, and that's something that needs to get looked at. We handle an area the size of some other states' public works, and we've done it with a reduced staff. Approximately 90% of the employees in the Bureau are working above classification, saving you significant amounts of money. It's time that we really take a good look at the infrastructure of the city and the role that street service is going to play in that. And we need to start making sure that those Measure R funds and the tax funds that the public votes goes to actually filling the potholes and fixing the streets. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an important point that I hope everyone in the public remembers, that you look at the city of Los Angeles and its infrastructure and try and compare it with other cities. We could fit 5 or 6 of the major cities of America within the geographical boundaries of Los Angeles. So it is a gargantuan task, to be sure. Did we have any other cards? Okay, we're good to go. All right, so the way we're going to be proceeding today is we're going to be starting with the Board of Public Works and the Bureaus of Sanitation, Street Services, Engineering, Street Lighting, and Contract Administration. In the past, the bureaus have made presentations collectively. We're not going to do that. We're going to do each individually. I expect that we'll probably be from now until around 5 o'clock for Public Works and the bureaus, and then at around, don't hold me to this, but the goal is around 5 o'clock sometime we'll take up the Department of Transportation, and then an hour or so later the Department of Planning. So that's the tentative agenda for today for your planning purposes. So why don't we begin with the Board of Public Works, the board itself. Let's start. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Alarcon, welcome.
Thank you. Obliging for your request for no opening remarks. I don't have anything formal other than to give an overview on the proposed budget before us. So the proposed budget is a total of $13.3 million, supporting 79 positions. The board at this moment is not proposing any changes to the proposed budget, but the proposed budget does reflect some reductions. A total of $1.9 million in terms of funding, an adjustment from $15.2 million to $13.3 million, and a loss of 16 positions, transition from 95 positions to 79 positions. 13 of those positions are within the HR function and are a result of the consolidation effort, and 3 are our accounting vacancies. The proposed budget includes the following 6 reductions. As I noted, the elimination of 3 accounting vacancies, a reduction in OCB supplies funding in the amount of approximately $68,000, which in terms of operations will amount to approximately 100 less community cleanup events that we will be able to supply, to offer supplies for in terms of tools and so forth. Approximately 20,000 less trash bags that we can distribute citywide, and approximately 3,600 less gallons of paint that we can offer to community organizations for similar community cleanups. There is also a reduction in the graffiti abatement line item of approximately $122,000. This is a direct reflection of the CDBG reduction per the 38th Consolidated Plan. In terms of what that amounts to in our graffiti abatement program, that's a 2% overall reduction, which equates to 712,000 less square feet from 12,320 fewer locations of graffiti to be abated. There are some other minor adjustments. The transfer of funding for graffiti removal, $330,000 from the board's budget to the Bureau of Street Lighting budget. I think that is just a simple formality. There will be no change in the level of service. The graffiti abatement on streetlight poles will continue and remain unaffected. The human resource consolidation, the reduction of the $1.1 million is a direct reflection of the 13 positions per the consolidation effort. And then, of course, the Project Restore, $121,000. We are simply requesting that the position be continued without funding because it is largely provided for by a grant and other private fundraising sources.
Okay, thank you very much. What was the rationale for the transfer of graffiti removal funding of $330,000 to street lighting? What is achieved by that, and also to what extent does that number reflect expenditure that's currently made on graffiti removal on street poles, light poles?
The transfer to $300,000.
When your mic's not on.
It amounted to was actually moving the money out of the direct appropriation to the board and actually separating it and putting it into a separate line item into the schedule to better identify the source of funds to the program. So there's no net change in source of funding.
Then what's the purpose of the change?
The Bureau of Street Lighting requested that there was a separate line item that could be easily identified for graffiti.
Okay. Is that number commensurate with what current expenditures are then for graffiti removal on
Yes.
light poles? Okay. And President Alarcon, you talked about the reduction in services for graffiti removal. Can you quantify that a little bit, the current amount that's removed and how this reduction compares to the current amount? I didn't quite catch the statistics that you gave on that.
Sure. So, and actually we are also joined by Paul Roch, the director of our Office of Community Beautification, who can speak to much more specifically the logistics of the impact of the reduction in the graffiti abatement. But the numbers that I referenced was a reduction of $122,000 in our graffiti abatement program. That's a 2% overall reduction in our graffiti abatement program. That amounts to 712,000 less square feet of graffiti removal from approximately 12,320 fewer locations. Paul, did you want to add?
Yes. Good afternoon. Paul Roch with the Office of Community Beautification. One thing that we looked at was this cuts on top of a $500,000 cut that the graffiti contractors absorbed this year. And so we did do a projection out of the amount of graffiti that's been removed for the first 10 months of this particular year that we're in, from July through the end of April. And we are projecting that there's going to be about a 17% decrease in the amount of graffiti removed by square footage from fiscal year 2010-11 to the current fiscal year. Last year we removed 35.6 million square feet of graffiti on a citywide basis, and based on the first 10 months of the current year, projecting it out over a 12-month period, we're looking at about 29.5 million square feet of graffiti. So the contractors are dealing with cuts the past couple of years, increased costs of gasoline, rising costs of the paint and chemicals that they have to utilize, increased costs to liability insurance, and just the general cost of doing business.
It's important to point out, if I may, that this cut has already been approved through the adoption of the CSBG con plan, so that the budget simply reflects that reduction.
Thank you. Mr. Englander?
Yes, thank you. And thank you to staff and particularly the board members as well. I appreciate everything you do and see you all often outside of the building, actually rolling up your sleeves and helping planting in the community and cleaning up streets and in your off time and on your weekends and partnering with the council offices and community groups. And so I wanted to take a moment and recognize you and tell you that we appreciate it as well. And so thank you. With that, on the and thanks for the explanation on the graffiti abatement services, and I understand the cuts reflect those of CDBG cuts as well, the 2%. But I know the mayor has stated that there won't be any cuts in graffiti at all. Does this net? There's a net difference in how much we are, in fact, then going to be
Yes.
doing? And are those divided? How? Or is it by council district? Is it by geographic location? Is it by contract? Where are we going to be absorbing those?
The cost will be absorbed pretty much on a citywide basis. We have 3 contractors that are funded primarily by CDBG. Those contractors that service council districts 8, 9, and 1. But obviously, if we were to put those cuts just into those...
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but the 3 are West Valley Alliance, New Directions for You?
No, they don't get CDBG. CDBG funds are designated sort of by the particular areas that they have to service. So, again, it's our contractors in Council District 8, which is People Who Care, Council District 9, Community or Coalition for Responsible Community Development, and Council District 1, Central City Action Committee.
Okay, so those are for the CDBG portion.
That's the CDBG portion, correct. But we would take the cuts and spread them amongst all the contractors so that we don't...
So not one council district who is relying on the CDBG funds would feel the pain necessarily. The pain will be distributed equally.
Equally throughout the city, that's
okay,
correct.
that's what I wanted to ask.
Yes.
So, because I realized not all council members were eligible for CDBG.
Right.
Or council districts, I should say. And it would be an unfair burden for those council districts. So I appreciate the clarity.
Absolutely.
And then, so with that, on the current contracts, though, citywide, I understand that some of those have been pending, are in flux, or they're waiting for approvals. Are there still, that could lapse in service, are there some out there that perhaps, I don't know where we're at with either the RFQ or RFP process for awarding or extending current contracts?
Well, current contracts that we have now are all in place through the end of the current fiscal year. And we will be going out to RFP next fiscal year. So we will be looking at extending the current contracts for the first 6 months of the fiscal year through December, and in that period of time going out to RFP for graffiti abatement services, and then having new contracts in place January 1st of 2013.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. And then would the graffiti offset on the 122,000, would that affect the Adopt a Median or Adopt a Street programs at all? Would those be impacted?
Those would not be impacted through the graffiti abatement project. They might be slightly impacted by the cuts to the OCB supply account, as we might be able to provide fewer trash bags for the Adopt a Basket program and maybe fewer tools and support for the Adopt a Median program.
Okay, thank you. And if I could, to the President for a moment, Madam President, one of the things you went over I thought was of great information, good detail, because I didn't see it in the budget books, were what you're going to be cutting back because of the budget on some of the opportunities that you partner with communities on supplying trash bags and cleanup efforts, and you'd stated the reductions, but I didn't know where the reductions, I didn't know where we were at. So if you reduced 20,000 trash bags, what were we giving? And so do you have a side-by-side comparison of here's where we're at, here's what we're going to be?
Right. So last fiscal year, we distributed approximately 700,000 trash bags. Reducing that by approximately 20,000 trash bags takes us to 680,000. In terms of the gallons of paint, last year we distributed approximately 12,000 gallons of paint, and the reduction of 3,600 of those gallons takes us to an 8,400 gallons per year.
Okay, just to put it in context, so
Yes.
the elimination of 20,000 trash bags sounds like, wow, there goes all the projects. But if we had 700,000 trash bags we were giving out, 20,000 is certainly a lot, but it's okay. It's not that many. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's all I have.
Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just discussed the modest reduction in graffiti funding. I'm wondering if we've looked at alternative sources of funding, such as grants or assessing a 1-cent fee on all spray cans sold, or anything like that. Have we looked at any alternative sources of funding to bring our graffiti level back up to a higher point, not only than the one that this is cut from, but a higher previous point, so we get better coverage and have a
There have been some
city.
legislative efforts to assess fees and taxes, however they are referred, on the sale of aerosol paint, but to my knowledge, those efforts have been unsuccessful to date. Paul, did you want to add?
I know that last year, for the tax on spray paint and stuff like that, it's actually a state law that would have to be changed to allow the cities to implement that. And I believe it was passed by the state assembly but did not make it through the state senate. So there have been efforts throughout the years to look at alternate methods of funding the graffiti program. We've actually been having some ongoing discussions just to try to find different ways to possibly do that. And I think everybody realizes how important graffiti removal is in the city of Los Angeles. It's not just quality of life, but it is public safety and community enhancement and everything like that. It touches on all aspects. So we're definitely looking at various ways of trying to find funding for the program.
But as of yet, there's nothing.
There's nothing right now. Our only two sources of funding, well, we have really three sources of funding for the graffiti abatement contractors: general fund and community development block grant funding, and then several council offices, including several that are present here today, have found some discretionary funds to support the contractors in their areas. And I know that's very much appreciated by those contractors, is when council districts are able to step up and help find additional funding to support their efforts.
Okay, and on median maintenance, I know we've had a pretty good record of dealing with public-private partnerships in recent years. Do we make it easier for a business that wants to landscape a median? Do we make it easy for a business that wants to improve their sidewalk near their office to do it, or do we put them in sort of a planning purgatory? Have we found ways to make it easier for people that want to help out with this to actually do it?
Through the Office of Community Beautification, we do have a program called Adopt a Median, which tries to make it as easy as possible for a business or a community group to adopt an area of public property, whether it be a street median or something like that. And we do work closely with Bureau of Street Services, Bureau of Engineering to help facilitate the permit process so that these community groups aren't having to go and stand in line. We're able to get their plans looked at and reviewed and then pull a permit for them. So as long as they do something that's within the city guidelines, we can usually obtain approval for them within about 5 to 6 weeks. So.
And there's a significant distinction between the Adopt a Median program and the regularly provided for median island maintenance, which is administered through the Bureau of Street Services, and per the budget should remain unaffected this upcoming fiscal year.
Very good. And I know the Public Works Board has oversight over all the bureaus, and there's cost savings based on that oversight. Are there any things that you want us to be aware of in terms of cost savings in any of those bureaus?
Cost savings in the bureaus?
Yeah, that we should know
themselves?
about.
I mean, I can't speak to specific cost savings, but in terms of the functionality of the board, we offer value to the city in terms of transparency, maintaining the integrity of the contracting process, and specifically in terms of workload. We manage significantly more than any other commission in the city. We have approximately 260 board hearings annually. We take over 2,000 board actions annually, approve over 2,200 film permits, receive over 400 bids, award and amend approximately 300 contracts, account for, in terms of manage the accounting for over 2,400 contracts that total $1.5 billion. That function in terms of workload necessitates a full-time board, and so in terms of value added, that's what the board provides.
No, I was just wondering if there were any efficiencies in any of the individual budgets that you wanted to call out or make us aware of.
Efficiencies in the bureau's budgets themselves?
Yeah.
I mean, I think the bureau directors can speak specifically to those. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I'm sure there are plenty. We've got the Bureau of Street Light. Did you want to add? No. I think the bureau directors can speak more specifically to that question.
Okay, that's fine. That's it.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We will now go to the bureaus individually. So thank you very much for that presentation, those answers. We'll start with the Bureau of Sanitation. And actually, Mr. Zaldivar, welcome. But before you begin, we did have one card dealing with sanitation, and also Dr. Weisman wanted to offer comment on the board. We didn't have an opportunity to because that immediately followed public comment. So why don't we start with you, Dr. Weisman, if you have something you want to add to your previous comments, and then Mr. McQuiston following Dr. Weisman, and then we'll go to Mr. Zaldivar.
Well, this will be quite quick because I have several questions. One of the recommendations of the budget advocates is that we implement the performance-based budgeting. And street lighting, is one of the bureaus that is going to do that. Yet I don't see any comment on that either today or elsewhere. The questions I would ask is, how much graffiti do we have? How many bags do we need if we dispense 70,000 bags but are going to cut back by 20,000 bags? How many bags do we need? Mr. Englander put forward a 5-point program in Budget and Finance meeting, I think a month or so ago, that was really an excellent example. And in order to really use this performance-balanced material, you have to first of all know what is the total now, the total that you really need to do. What is it that you can do with the budget we have now? What, if anything, are the efficiencies that you might wring out of your program? And to not hear that from the board a few moments ago, I would hope we hear it now. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate that Mr. Englander actually asked some of those specific questions during the presentation in order to suss that out a little bit more. Our next speaker is Mr. McQuiston, please.
Jim McQuiston. When I was coming down here on First Street, I saw Mr. White out there in his reserve uniform, and I asked him, what do you think of the trash to energy program now? And he said it's stalled because of the Spanish problem there. And I did want to comment on that because the Bureau of Sanitation has been working on this like mad for some time, and it's about time that we saw some results. It's going to affect our planning department because we have to figure out where we're going to put these things, and planning is wanting to do a big overhaul that we're going to be talking about later. But these two departments are really something that have to get together and decide how we're going to do this. Of course, I've been through all this in the past, and I know that they can be put in residential areas. Well, that is quite a planning task, and we have to get on that phase. And I don't see that when I looked through the book. I don't see anything on the trash to energy in the budget now. So I'm going to listen to it very carefully and see what I can hear today.
Thank you. Mr. Zaldivar, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Krikorian, members of the Budget Committee. We have very limited comments with regards to the budget. We had submitted our letter. I am joined by folks in my executive team here around the table, but there's just three items that we want to bring to your attention that are budget related. Certainly the one that we had indicated in our response to your committee with regards to a reduction in our wastewater, on our watershed protection program. This is the stormwater program. There's about $1.4 million reduction. We simply wanted to call out what the service levels will be as a result of the reduction, and give you the assurance that this is also the program that funds flood control in our storm system, and give you the assurance that we will maintain flood control responsibility as our highest priority in this program. So we will adjust our funding to be able to accommodate the reduction. Second item that we want to bring up to your attention is really an oversight on all of our parts. We have checked with the Mayor's Office, CAO and the CLA. In one of our schedules, Schedule 14, that's our SCM Clean Water Wastewater Program, there was not an appropriation of $4.63 million for a fleet replacement in our wastewater collection program. And it just didn't make it on the schedule that we're asking that it be introduced and through you on Schedule 14.
From what funding source?
The SCM, wastewater fund, the sewer fee.
We would support that change.
Schedule 14 on page 252, Councilmember Englander. And then one last request, which is really minor. It's a restoration of a resolution authority that's being proposed to be deleted from our solid waste integrated resources plan, which is also our zero waste initiative. It's on item 23 on page 509. That position is proposed to be deleted. We're asking that it be continued on the grounds that that program is still ongoing. We still have several years remaining on our zero waste initiative, and we would ask respectfully that you will restore that position. And outside of that, that's all we have.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask a little bit about the watershed protection program. Significant priority for me, I think for everybody. You're going to have some reductions there, and I appreciate your commitment to maintaining flood control as the first priority. There's a rotation for cleaning the catch basins and clearing the debris basins. And I'm wondering if, as you have a reduction in the available resources there, what steps will be taken to prioritize some areas over others. It's not an overall rotation that will maintain, that will be equal, I guess, in all parts of the city. I'm assuming that there will be a prioritization made in consultation with DOT, with council offices, perhaps with neighborhood councils and street services and others to ensure, as the first priority, traffic safety.
Yes, Councilman, and to that end, certainly the debris basins which protect property and neighborhoods. This is the first time I put on these reading glasses, by the way. But the way that we would prioritize, of course, it depends on the intensity of the storm. We cannot anticipate that 1 year in advance as we come into the next fiscal year, which is why we are saying that we will have our prioritization of how we deploy our workforce to be flood control. In response to the intensity of the storm, we will maintain certain level of routine maintenance work on your question, Councilman, catch basins being one of them. I mean, that is the inlet or the outlet, depending on which side you're on, for the water to flow out. And so it's important that those be maintained clear. The debris basins, if we have an intense storm, and anything greater than a 10-year storm as an example, generally we have to dredge those immediately thereafter. If it ends up being a light year like this year with not much rain, and maybe we don't have to clear the debris basins. So it depends on how the weather comes. And going into next year, that's why I want to stress that we will maintain flood control as our top priority. Traffic impacts, property damage, or mitigating property damage, as we have seen in other years where homes do get flooded. So we got to make sure that we maintain that as our top priority.
What is the process that's currently in place by which sanitation and DOT and street services communicate about where those impacts are most likely to cause traffic hazards?
So we have pre-identified areas that are low-lying areas that have a propensity, just because of the topography or the flood carrying capacity, that we have flagged as high priority. So on those, we coordinate with street services and DOT, as you said, for us to do our part, as well as when it rises to a point of a street closure, for example, that street services or traffic control for DOT. So we coordinate in the field. We have protocol that we utilize for that regard.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to have some other questions in other areas, but let me open it up to my colleagues first. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. Enrique, when it comes to the Lifeline program, as it stands right now, we're not allowed to cover that with the fees, correct?
Correct.
It has to come from the general fund.
That's correct.
So question of the CAO, what would be the process for us to appropriately see if we could shift that back away from the general fund? For example, it's my understanding we would have to go to the voters if we were to go ahead and allow the fees or some of those mechanisms to pay for that Lifeline program?
That is correct.
Now that would be, we could go on the ballot in an election cycle, or would that be a Prop 218 where we actually do a separate mailer?
We believe it has to go on the ballot, so obviously the next major election would be in March.
Okay. Have we gone to the voters before, or as far as staff knows, have we prepared to go with that item to the voters?
That hasn't been a directive that's been given to us, or my understanding, the CLA, to prepare an item for the March ballot.
Yeah. In the appropriate manner, Chairman, I think that this is a budget matter because we are talking about something that impacts the general fund. I think that it's appropriate for us to get a report back from the staff as to at least what the outline of procedures are, and what the scheduled opportunities that we could in fact go to the voters with that.
It's absolutely appropriate, and we will do so.
Okay.
Generally speaking, there's also an instruction within the budget to report back on some of those ballot opportunities, so that could be
Okay, so we'll put it along with those report packs. Okay, thank you. Another question to Enrique. Enrique, when it comes to your bureau, and with all due respect, I keep thinking of you as heading a department because of the scale and the mass of responsibilities that your department handles. For example, how many units of trash pickup does your department handle on a given month?
So there are 740,000 customers, Councilman. So, we now have 3 times 740, so 2.3 million pickups per week.
Per week?
Yes.
Okay, and then also in addition to that, what is the scope and the scale of, trying to use a lighter word, responsibilities when it comes to wastewater?
So wastewater, we have one of the largest systems in the country. We have 500 million gallons per day system capacity, if you will. So it's a sizable installation. Second largest west of the Mississippi, second largest in the country.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a big system.
And how many people work for your department total?
2,800 plus or minus. 2,801 if we get the one position restored.
Well, I'm gonna try to help you get that one position.
He can't let go.
He's just doing his job, Enrique. He's just doing his job. The question of the CAO. I know we have yet to hear from the other bureaus, but before the end of this discussion, can we outline the number of staff that we're looking at for each bureau as a whole? Because one of the backdrops, Mr. Chairman, that you're very much involved in is how and whether or not we're going to be consolidating these bureaus. I think it's important for us to look at the scope and scale of what each bureau does. Again, I'm of the opinion, just to look at the scope and scale of what this particular bureau does. Perhaps if we're going to be moving with those changes, always with an eye on efficiency and effectiveness, I think it's important for us to decide whether or not this will remain either as a bureau, as a collective, or as a standalone bureau, or even as a department. And I know that we would have to look into the charter as well to see what the cause and effect is there. But I'm just warning staff ahead of time that I think that in the collective discussion of the consolidation, I think we ought to look at the bureaus as a whole and as individuals, and then look at whether or not any of them do stand apart. Again, not stand apart as far as egos go. I'm talking about stand apart as far as scope and responsibility and uniqueness of that responsibility as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'm looking through the budget at a few items. I know our Office of Public Safety is supposed to provide security for city facilities. So why do we have a separate line item for warehouse security for a number of entities like South Resources, South Collection Division, and such? Why do they have a separate warehouse security?
Councilman Correct. So it's not a separate one. It's an item that has to be appropriated in our schedule to pay for security to GSD. Now, I guess, LAPD. And so that's why it shows on the schedule, not because we have a separate security arrangement. It's through.
So it's just how we reflect that, your share of that. Okay, that makes more sense. How about there's a line item on renting ice making machines in various divisions. What do we use ice making machines for about $9,000 a year?
Well, we have about 700 of our staff are field staff, or more than that. So in the morning they get their water, put ice in it, and then they go on the field where they spend the whole day. So it's for drinking water, it's for their lunch, it's for stuff like that.
So it's just for individual staffers, it's not for some mechanical system that needs to be run with ice and stuff?
No, it's just for our field staff.
Okay, and you budget $7.6 million in overtime. what's that for? Is that for emergencies like stormwater issues, or is it just for routine overtime?
And in all of our operations, there is programmed or scheduled overtime. Say in our solid waste operations, for example, there's the holiday work, which has inherent overtime associated with that. There is that, and then there is what we call end-of-shift overtime, which is unanticipated overtime in the event of a breakdown, which, with a fleet of 700 routes does occur. A truck breaks down, the day becomes longer. Instead of the day finishing at 2 o'clock, it ends up finishing at 5 o'clock, and so that's 3 hours of overtime. So it is for that as well.
Okay, and on just a thought on a longer-term planning. I know we're dealing with this year's budget, next year's budget. I don't know how much we're doing in terms of projecting several years out, but how do we think the exclusive franchise agreement impacts the city's finances once it's actually implemented, and have we actually done that research yet to anticipate the impact?
I would go with your earlier point that it's probably too far down to be able to answer that question assertively, Council Member, with regards to what it means in revenue to the city. Between the CAO and the city attorney, we probably at this point may not be able to fully answer that.
So I'm guessing we're not using that in our projections for what that revenue is at that time?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Englander.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad that Mr. Cardenas brought up some of the just how big the Bureau is, sanitation, and how much you guys do, particularly on a lot of the special funds. And we didn't get into a lot of the special funds. I had some minor questions on them, like in the Household Hazardous Waste Fund. Why is it listed that the zoo gets part of that appropriation? Little details like that. I don't know that I can ask those offline as well. I don't know that those are necessarily budget related as much as an interest that I have in trying to find that out. But it sort of begs the question into a larger discussion in terms of strategic planning, performance-based budgeting, as well as all of the dozens of special funds under your control, Mr. Zaldivar. So with that, how much do we have in special funds in the round numbers? Is it tens of thousands of dollars, or is it hundreds of millions of dollars?
Well, I wouldn't say hundreds of millions of dollars because the CAO is right near us, but I think you're right. There's a number of special funds. For example, Citywide Recycling Trust Fund. That's got an annual revenue of over $20 million. We have the household hazardous waste that you just mentioned. That's can range from $2 to $3 million. We have a multitude of smaller special funds that are in the $1 to $3 million range. The Stormwater Pollution Abatement Fund, which is also a special fund, that's one that funds several of us. That's $28 million. Our big mother funds, we call, is the Wastewater Fund, which, will now be at close to $900 million.
Can you repeat that number?
$900 million.
$900 million.
Probably
okay.
closer to $1 billion.
Closer to $1 billion? Give or take $100 million? Thank you.
Somehow, once you get into the billion, that's...
Sooner or later, we're talking about real money, is what you're trying to say.
And so, the trash fee is close to $300 million, so we're over $1 billion in revenue
Just
value.
in the special funds.
Yes.
Do you have a CFO on your staff?
We have an acting CFO, but not a full-fledged CFO.
What I'd like to see from a strategic planning perspective, what I'd like to see in a plan to come back to this committee is to develop a position for a CFO just to oversee the $1 billion of special funds I did like the CFO to come up with, and I've got a list of things that I've been sitting here putting together, but to develop a 5-year financial plan for the Bureau. We'll start off with that. The transition of the Solid Waste Resource Revenue Fund from the special fund to the enterprise fund is going to be extremely complicated in itself. That needs requirements and the oversight of all the, I think you listed, we have what, 14, 15 special funds, somewhere around there?
Yes.
To oversee all of those as well, and to come up with the financial modeling and the projections of those and ensure our cost recovery, and that we're getting full reimbursement to the general fund that these support as well, I think is critically important. That in itself justifies the position, and the position is making it permanent. And so if you could come back with a plan to this committee on how we would have that full-time CFO for this position to oversee, which is larger than even a lot of cities in themselves, your Bureau. There's a lot of details on this, working with the county and their water quality fee on the fund, the stormwater fund. That in itself is complicated. You probably need an army if you're going to just be working with the county, but that's another issue. We'll approach that next fiscal year. So if you can come back with a plan on that, I'd appreciate it.
Very good.
Just for clarity, a plan that would encompass a new position of
a new
the
position
CFO.
of a CFO to oversee
then as part of that
funds.
report, because that is a management function that the general manager will want to comment on, I think rather than phrasing it as a plan to do so, let's have it as a report back with your recommendations about whether or not that is useful, and if it is, in fact, regardless of whether it is, what the mechanics of implementation of such a thing would be along the lines that Mr. Englander has described. But I don't want to
I would prefer we add that language. Mr. Krikorian just suggested that with your recommendation, if it's a good thing to do or not, and then how we would do it.
Exactly.
Yes. No. I would rather have.
I just don't want to presuppose the policy decision without having the.
I agree with that.
Department.
So I would add that to it. Yes, please. Thank you. I meant to do that.
Yeah. Anything else?
No. Oh, yeah. One couple minor things. One, just for clarity, on page 511, line 27. Is there an actual name of that facility?
There is, but once we unveil the plaque, it'll show. But
can we share that then, just so we can update the book? No?
It's going to be the Nicola Bernson Safe Center.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. A little embarrassment for the staff. Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Couple of. I'm just going to ask a couple of these, and then I'll submit the rest of them in writing, I think. Last year we went through the transfer of the waste receptacle program from street services to sanitation. How has that transfer gone so far? Are there any issues that you want to raise about that? Any problems in the transfer? Have we realized efficiencies from doing so?
Yes, it has gone well, Councilman Krikorian. We came to learn the work and the program. We appreciate the Bureau of Street Services and being transparent about many of the things that we needed to know, so that once we took it over, we had the service expectation to meet. We have made it a point to work very closely with all of your field offices, your field staff, and the council, as well as the mayor's office field staff, so that we are, first of all, aware of any other service voids that might have existed, so that we can fill those. In the budget, there's actually one remaining cleanup item that had remained in making the complete transfer, and that is 3 position authorities that are now going to be in sanitation that had been with street services. So that will be the last cleanup, budgetarily speaking. Program-wise, I think our feedback is that we are identifying all of the service areas. We know how important this is for the communities and your field offices and the constituents. Alex, do you anything you want to add to that with regards to whether we fully transition or if you still believe there's still some areas?
Thanks, Rich. Good afternoon, Alex. Hello, Bureau of Sanitation. Yes, we moved very quickly once Council authorized this on end of June. So July 1st was our first day. We have assessed all the areas around the city and met with every single Council office. We were able to now apply for a grant and get some money to replace the white trash receptacles with a black recyclables that we be able to put around the city. We started deployment around City Hall, and since this is an international city, we felt this is the first place where we can deploy these containers with different languages. We have so many visitors into the city of Los Angeles. Our goal is to expand the program. We're talking with different entities who will be able, hopefully, to help us, so this way it does not impact the general fund or any other special funds. And our drivers, as Enrique mentioned, we have about 700 of them every day. So there are our eyes in the community. They're able to look at the containers, and if they need to be picked up, we dispatch special service to them. But it's very efficient service that we have done, and we were able to save the general fund $1.2 million this fiscal year. And thanks to all your deputies for helping us as we implemented this program from the valley down to the harbor. Thank you all.
Very good. Very good. Good news. Thank you. The city hasn't increased the stormwater pollution abatement charge in a very long time. And I know that you're working now with county officials and other agencies to develop a plan to try to realize some additional revenue there. Can you provide a report back on the status of those efforts, whether they're what the status is of moving forward with a countywide ballot initiative, and if such an initiative were approved, how those revenues might be utilized? And also, the council approved recent ordinance changes relating to sewage facilities charge, industrial wastewater permit application fee, and a number of other fees and charges. I'd like to get a report back from you about any immediate infrastructure improvements that have been realized as a result of those changes, and also what the 10-year plan for infrastructure investment will be. So if you have developed a 10-year infrastructure plan, if you could share that with us, that would be great in your report back. And then finally, the solid waste fee was last increased in 2008. Is that still achieving full cost recovery for solid waste resources programs, and have tip fees remained constant, or has there been any change?
So on the first question, Councilman, yes, in fact, as you pointed out, 2008 is when we went to full cost recovery, and our goal from day one has been to do cost containment so that we stay within our means, and so much so that it's been 4 years, and we expect to make it go even longer before we even talk about our rate adjustment on that side. So we have had, this is an area in which our labor management process has been instrumental in ensuring cost containment so that we stay within that. Tip fees is one of the largest costs of that program. It had been at $50 million. I think we're now up to $60 million. We have some good cost controls there, in that we have long-standing contracts for disposal costs, but there is fluctuation to some extent in the ultimate cost of disposal whenever we have to resort to other non-contract disposal sites. That's when our costs can go up. But the fluctuations are pretty much well managed. There is a range that the overall cost can fluctuate plus or minus $3 million, Alex, would you say? So, but it's managed fluctuation.
Okay. Anything further, colleagues? Great. Thank you all very much. Our next department will be street services, and we do have a few public comment cards on street services. So as street services is on the way up, let's call up Jim McQuiston first. I'm sorry, there's a card for which someone didn't fill out their name. So if I have Mr. McQuiston, Julie Butcher, and another card without a name on it to speak about street services. So let's start with Mr. McQuiston. Then we can go with the person who didn't put their name down. And then we'll go with Julie Butcher. Mr. McQuiston.
Jim McQuiston, you have my statement on the street services. As you may or may not know, we do have an ADA in the United States, and we did agree to spend quite a bit of money doing some ADA work that we were supposed to oversee and didn't for a long time. And it's time that we started doing what the state code says, namely getting people to put in their curb cuts and fixing their sidewalks. That is on the books. It's a municipal code. We don't have to change anything. All we have to do is enforce the law. And I did, as you notice in the statement, I have a way that the city can enforce the law without adding any more personnel. So that more or less gives us a budget fix of $4 million without having to spend any money, and actually getting a better quality of life for our city. So it's something that I expect that will be done.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Art Sweatman. Mr. Sweatman, you wanted to speak about urban forestry? Just to make sure I have the right card.
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm a tree surgeon with the Urban Forestry Division of the Bureau of Street Services. Just a couple of years ago, we were trimming trees regularly on a cycle of about between 7 and 14 years, and after the cuts, our tree trimming cycle is about once every 50 years, which is unacceptable. Trees are continuing to grow. The public continues to need us. We used to be able to respond to emergency tree situations within 24 hours. Now that timeline looks more like within 72 hours, and that's just not safe for the public. The CAO seems to be planning to slowly privatize us because the work still continues through community groups putting money together or discretionary funds being used for trimming. Our median landscape was completely wiped out and is now being contracted out through discretionary funds. The public still needs us. And what we need to do is start looking beyond what the CAO wants and start thinking about expanding our services again, because our job is to keep public right-of-way open for the public, for emergency vehicles such as police, fire, and for other services like trash and sweepers. We need to get back to that and give the public what they deserve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Not sure I could say that much better.
Ms. Butcher, welcome.
On behalf of the workers in the Department of the Bureau of Street Services, we're eager to do so much more, to maintain streets, to fix streets. These are essential services, and we can figure it out. On the other hand, if you accept the CAO's construct that this work should be offshored, sent out of town, sent to contractors that don't live here, it will cost us more. We will do less street services work. Instead, this is a department that could do so much more, could be a synergistic center of this work throughout the city. There are still 11 departments trimming trees, none of them now very well. It's our understanding that there is a plan by the CAO to move this work, to replace it with contractors at a higher cost, and then to challenge the agreement with the unions that the CAO entered, to then challenge the labor agreement. And so if that's really the case, then you need to add a line item that includes the cost of that challenge and those unnecessary fights. That's not where we need to be. We need to be figuring out how to manufacture more asphalt at a cheaper rate and paving the city's streets, trimming our trees, and figuring out how to do this together at a time of austerity and crisis. The workers are ready. We need to trim the trees. We need to fix the streets. Please reject the CAO's profitization plan and replace that with doing the real work by workers that you can afford. Thank you.
Thank you. And then finally, Dr. Weissman has another comment on this issue.
Thank you, sir. Again, this is an opportunity to bring up the subject of performance-based budgeting. I think many of us were very anxious to hear that street services would be one of the performance-based budgeted bureaus, departments, or what have you. We've used the statistic 4,600 miles of broken sidewalks among the 15,000 miles of sidewalks in our city. Now, that's a 5-year-old statistic put forward by Bill Robertson many years ago. I wonder if, in the spirit of the Brown Act, when a brief response is possible, I can get a yes or no answer. Are those numbers still in effect, or do we have better numbers at this time? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Saceda, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Councilmember Cardenas, Councilmember Englander, Councilmember Koretz. First and foremost, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Mayor's budget team and the CAO staff for working, for the great communication that transpired during the preparation of the Bureau's proposed budget. But most importantly, I want to thank and recognize and acknowledge the great work, the great efforts of the men and women of the Bureau of Street Services that work very, very hard every single day to provide quality street services in a timely and efficient manner. So thank you all of you. The Mayor's proposed budget is very benevolent for the Bureau of Street Services. It actually increases our funding approximately $18.4 million compared to the 11-12 budget. The majority of this increase focuses its attention to increasing the miles of pavement preservation that we perform in the city of LA. Right now, we have a 735-mile pavement preservation program. The Mayor's proposed budget increases the miles to 800. This is a historical number. I don't think any other municipality in the nation and perhaps in the world can say that is investing funding to perform 800 miles of street work. The proposed budget calls for 555 miles of slurry sealing, 245 miles of resurfacing, and of course 100 miles of crack sealing. In addition, the proposed budget increases the number of small asphalt repairs / potholes, from 300,000 per year to 350,000 per year. Of course, this is a monumental proposal because, like I said before, the city of LA has never seen these big numbers before. At the same time, the Bureau of Street Services recognizes that we're going through historical times, financially speaking, and it is our priority and our moral responsibility to balance our budget. In working very closely with the CAO and the budget and the Mayor's budget team, the Bureau is seeing the reduction of the general fund obligation by $1.3 million. The services that are being impacted by this cut are the multifamily bulky item program, tree trimming, bus pad installations, alley paving, and weed abatement. All these functions of course, will have an impact on the delivery of our services. Make no mistake about it, the Bureau is known for doing always more with less, and this will not be the exception. This year we will mobilize our resources to try to continue providing the same level of services. But once again, if additional funds can be found and allocated to the Bureau of Street Services to bring back those particular functions, the Bureau could utilize that funding without the need of any additional staff or any additional resources. One of the only item that we want to bring to your attention at this time is the fact that although we welcome the opportunity to increase the number of miles of slurry and resurfacing, the reality is we need additional staff to do it. No, we're not asking to fill the vacancies that we have. I'm just asking for your consideration to allow the Bureau to utilize some of the vacancies to go to the hiring hall and bring the staff that we need to provide safety to our workers, to commuters, and of course to the residents of the city of LA. My request will be only project driven. If today my resurfacing crews are working on Ventura Boulevard, well, I may need an additional 3 or 4 guys from the hiring hall to help me. But if tomorrow I move to a cul-de-sac, I don't need those guys from the hiring hall. So my request to utilize resources from the hiring hall will be only project driven. Having said that, I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you for submitting your letter to the committee as well, outlining some of these issues. Mr. Englander?
Yes. Oh, thank you very much, and thank you. I want to recognize street services as one of the core functions of what we do in the city. It's one of the most important elements with public safety, and it affects everybody in Los Angeles, not just our residents, but our visitors, the folks who work here and go to school here each and every day. Not only does it impact them with traffic, but it impacts them with air quality, as well as quality of life, as well as cost of maintenance to their vehicles, and so on down the road. So I applaud your effort in tough economic times to do more with less, to do things more efficiently and more effectively, and support the idea of a hiring hall and going to the hiring hall for that added staff, because you're going to be doing more with less, and getting good quality people is critically important as well. So I appreciate that. Just a couple questions on the proposed expansion of the fire department's brush clearance contract for the high fire severity zones. With a $2.5 million or $2.2 million reduction in weed abatement service, we can no longer maintain the vacant lots. Apparently that's being cut. So I wanted to find out what we're doing and how you plan on working with, or the CAO with LAFD on the contract, so how we expand that and take care of those weed abatement issues.
That is precisely what we plan to do, Council Member, to have a meeting with the CAO and the fire department to really assess the model that the fire department is using. Perhaps we can duplicate that model, or perhaps we can expand the existing contract that they have. I think a lot will be determined as soon as we have that meeting with the fire department and the CAO.
Okay, and then I also want to understand with that, though, is exactly what in your Bureau is proposed to be eliminated or cut. And from my reading of it, the list that I put together is the cleaning of medians, grade separations, cleaning the vacant lots, which you just spoke about, cleaning from after homeless encampments, alleys, illegal dumping, debris removal, and zero allocated for tree trimming.
Right. We're talking about 28 positions that will be reassigned throughout the Bureau of Street Services, performing other functions. We are keeping, however, 24 positions in the lot cleaning division. These positions will be critical to oversee and monitor the work being performed by the contractor should we adopt a contract model. Furthermore, out of the 24 that will remain within the lot cleaning division, we're going to have 7 or 8 field operations employees. They will be performing the functions that you mentioned before, cleaning of unimproved areas, cleaning of medians, unimproved medians, and of course providing support to homeless encampment cleanups.
Okay. And on tree trimming, you didn't mention that. And so if there's a total elimination, is it strictly going back to the emergency basis? And is there any funding for emergency tree trimming?
What we have right now is $1 million of SLAF funding, which is the street lighting funding assessment. For that, we have approximately $1 million, which is sufficient to trim approximately 10,000 trees. We also have, as you mentioned, Councilman, forces to respond to emergencies or safety-related tree trimming. You know, stop signs that are blocked, traffic lights that are blocked, partially blocked by branches or trees. But realistically, the $500,000 that are being eliminated are part of the 5,000 trees that we are trimming this year. So we will keep only the $1 million of SLAF funding plus the emergency response and the safety-related tree trimming.
Okay, and then on the street repair, on the slurry repair cracks, first of all, on the pothole repair, I remember, I think it was, 2 years ago, where the mayor went from the 24-hour to a 48-hour in pothole repair. Did we go back to it? Are we back on a 24-hour cycle, or are we still on a 48-hour?
Well, we have never changed the goal, Councilman. The goal is to respond within 24 hours. That is the goal. Right now, we're at an efficiency rate of about 97% on our next business day commitment. A lot of times, however...
98%, you said?
Roughly, it's 97%, yeah. And again, we are the only municipality in the nation that makes this commitment.
And those are on strictly potholes?
That is correct. That is an excellent point, because I was going to...
Because we also have pop-outs and fissures all the other elements that aren't on a 24-hour cycle.
I just wanted to bring that point to the attention of the rest of the Budget Committee, because you're right. Only 60% of the reported potholes are indeed potholes. The rest could be anything else that requires specialized equipment, specialized staff, and of course, those we cannot repair within the next business day.
But we're still repairing those as well.
That is correct.
On the breakdown of slurry and reconstruct, can you submit back to the committee a request, a breakdown of where those are going to be conducted by miles throughout the city? So we have an understanding of how they're being distributed?
I will be more than happy to provide the allocations both for the slurry program and the resurfacing program. Understand right now that we're working on the new districts, and we're trying to determine how many miles and the pavement condition of the proposed districts versus the old districts. So we will be contacting you to let you know both scenarios. What would happen if we use the budget allocation formula using the current districts or the proposed districts? So we will provide the information to you either way.
So before and after. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate that. And then the last thing on the street use investigation unit, I understand that is being proposed to be eliminated. That was the investigation unit that could help us with food trucks that would go after to make sure that they were in compliance and cite them for having chairs and trash cans and accessories. Is that scheduled for elimination for that investigation unit?
No, that is only the 2 investigators that were assigned dedicated to the multifamily bulky item program. This was a program that in which our investigators go to those specific areas where the fees are being, applied or charged to the residents. In this particular case, we're working very closely with the Bureau of Sanitation. These 2 investigators will be reassigned to district enforcement, so now they will be able to perform duties such as illegal dumping investigation or enforcement, illegal signs, illegal vending.
Okay, so they'll still be available.
Yes, they will still be available, but they will be reassigned.
And hopefully part of the new ACE program, if we ever get that off the ground, can absorb those as well.
That is correct,
Councilman. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the Bureau deleting 8 filled positions, what will the impacts be of that loss of those positions? What do those individuals do?
Well, the majority of the positions that are being deleted are vacant. So the impact is basically not having the position anymore, not having the ability to fill that position in the future. The 8 positions that are being deleted, actually they're being reassigned. These individuals, we are not losing any bodies per se. Everyone, each one of the 8 positions that you see on that list will be reassigned to other functions within the Bureau. So the Bureau will not suffer any loss of actual bodies. We lose 18 positions, but we will not lose any bodies, any employees, any layoffs at all.
Okay, well, that answers sort of half of my question, probably the one I care about the most, which is the layoffs. But in terms of the service impact, what do we lose by not having those 18 people there?
Joe, you want to talk a little about that?
Councilmember, the positions that are being lost, the 8 field positions that are being lost are primarily administrative in nature. So we would expect that some of those, the processing of administrative paperwork associated with supporting the Bureau may take longer. I think that's just the fact of the matter is that we can, being asked to do more with less is just going to take more time.
How will that impact the actual work? I mean, will you still be able to reach your goal of 230 miles of street resurfacing and reconstruction?
Yes, the elimination of these 18 positions will not have an impact on our ability to continue performing our pavement preservation program. The needs that we have in that particular program, as I mentioned before, is related to the actual work. We need to have the ability to go to the hiring hall and get more people, because we went from having 16 resurfacing crews back in the 7 years ago to having only 8 right now. So we have the ability to complete 235 miles in terms of resurfacing, but now that we're adding 65 miles of work, we need to have the additional bodies to do the work. But the positions, the 8 positions that you mentioned, Councilman, again, the majority are financial / administrative. We do have, for example, 2 positions in terms of heavy-duty truck operator, but for those positions are vacant. We do have a lot of vacancies in that particular position. So again, there's no impact in terms of losing employees.
And we were able last year to find a very modest source of funding to do a little alley work. I know, at least in my district, the alleys are used often as street alternatives, and they may be more useful than some streets, and they're in devastated shape. Are we anticipating being able to continue that program and repair any alleys this year?
The proposed budget does not include any funding for alleys. This year, however, we had, like you mentioned, Councilman, $1.95 million, which is good enough to resurface approximately 3 miles of alleys. We have completed approximately 1.5 to date, so we anticipate completing the 3 miles, but once again, next year's proposed budget does not include funding for alleys.
Now, with Measure R money, is there any way that there can be some flexibility for some of the individual districts where the alleys may be of greater need to use some of the money that would be used for street resurfacing for alley repair instead?
It's eligible. Alleys are eligible with using Measure R money.
So hopefully you can work with us in our various districts and see if there may be a couple opportunities for some of us that would prefer that to take advantage of that opportunity. I can tell you certainly from response I've gotten from my constituents since we've been in this fiscal mess and we've been trying to pin down our core services, everything this department does is a core service. And the area that I think we've been the weakest, and I would like to have us try to move towards becoming a core service again, is urban forestry. We've certainly seen an increase, at least anecdotally, I've physically seen it in high winds, of large tree limbs crashing because we have a slower process of tree trimming. The question is, are we considering restoring this department in any way? I think, obviously, my point is that we should. And is there a more intelligent way to consolidate urban forestry, as was suggested, rather than having each department do a little bit of tree trimming here and there? Having this one department be in charge of the tree trimming and then do the work for various departments, so that we do it in a more coherent way. Are we looking at any of that?
Well, certainly we've had quite a few meetings in the past with several departments. I'm going to say DWP, the Harbor, LAWA, Rec and Parks, of course, and of course the Bureau of Street Services. And we have welcomed the opportunity. We even had conversations with the zoo, but of course I had my concerns about trimming trees in the zoo, for obvious reasons. But we even discussed that with the different agencies. And once again, we have never materialized a plan to really bring to you for your consideration. I think it would be tremendous. It would be extremely beneficial if we could be instructed, the entire family, city family, to put together a consolidation plan or a plan that we can bring to you to determine if there's a way to create efficiencies throughout the city so we can have one agency performing tree trimming. I can only tell you that I believe in the heart of my heart that I have the best tree surgeons in the nation, not only in the city. And I think tree trimming should be done by the Bureau of Street Services.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you, and I wonder if we could have a report back on that. And also perhaps some analysis is starting to restore that as a service and identify the trees that are in the most problematic condition throughout the city and start trimming them again. Before, at some point, I think our greater liability will cost us more in harm than the money we're saving by just letting trees go indefinitely. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Kretz. And actually, you hit on every point I think I wanted to raise. Judging from the phone calls that each of us gets in our office, I would say that the City of Los Angeles, the residents of the City of Los Angeles are very clear that street services and every function you serve is a basic core service to the city that we need to protect. And I fully agree with Mr. Kretz that tree trimming and urban forestry is near the top of my list for where we need to do a better job of restoring services, because this really is a public safety issue in so many respects. We have people who are endangered by the obvious falling tree limbs, but there's also the risk that is posed to people by having traffic regulatory devices being concealed by overgrown tree limbs and so on. And if we're not trimming the tops of trees, that means we're going to have problems with the roots of trees, and that means sidewalk damage and all the other things that we have to deal with. So as part of that report back, if we can, I know this is a little difficult, and I hate to burden staff with these reports back that are very time consuming, but I think part of the discussion about urban forestry has to be the liability risk. And I'd like to know, just historically, over the last 5 years or so, what sort of liability has the city incurred, and not just in terms of actual damages, but property claims that maybe didn't lead to lawsuits, that where the property owner, car owner, or whatever has been reimbursed. What sorts of liabilities have we suffered as a city as a result of overgrown or poorly maintained trees because of cutbacks in our tree trimming services? And I think that's important to know. And it's whatever it's been historically, I think it's safe to say that it's going to get worse with each passing year as our trees age, at the same time that we're reducing these services. So that one is pretty important to me. I also wanted to ask on the compliance inspectors. Did I understand you to say that the only reductions in inspectors will be with the multifamily bulky item? All right. Now, I'm not sure if I know the right term of art for this category, but what is the division that inspects businesses for sidewalk obstructions and things like lights in street trees and those sorts of things?
I don't know specifically what you are referring to, Councilman, but I would say that in what you said, I recognize three agencies: Building and Safety, I recognized our sister Bureau of Contract Administration, and I also recognize the Bureau of Street Services with the statement that you made. Yes.
Right, yeah, within street service. And I raised the question because I know that there have been, in my own district, there's been a sort of pattern of enforcement that has targeted business areas for citations involving those sorts of things that have been very frustrating to a lot of the business owners, particularly in Tahunga Village, along Ventura Boulevard, and other places. And that's not impacted by these reductions, I understand, but I guess what I'll be interested in knowing is as we struggle to meet the needs of the department within a budget, I'm going to want to understand how we can get all of the departments of the city to coordinate better when it comes to code enforcement, how we can streamline the workload for those inspectors by making the codes that they're enforcing, a little bit more clear, both for inspector and business owner alike, and how we can communicate better in setting priorities within council districts and also among the departments for where those enforcement resources should be applied. And so we'll talk further offline about that. But if you have thoughts about how the departments, particularly going to Mr. Cardenas's point about consolidation, and I think this is certainly true in urban forestry, but it's also true in code enforcement, where we can find opportunities for operational and cost efficiencies through consolidation of these common services across departmental lines. I'm going to be very interested in pursuing those.
Certainly, needless to say, every department that you mentioned is facing the same challenges, and for the same reason, we have created a lot of agreements among bureaus and departments. For example, between us and I'm going to say Building and Safety, we have an agreement in which, for example, although they enforce primarily violations related to private property, if one of our investigators discovers something in investigating something related to the public right-of-way that it relates to the private property, we have the ability to enforce both on both sides of the line. So by all means, your proposal sounds very good because, again, it'll only provide more efficiencies to the city.
And frankly, from our constituents' perspective, and quite aside from the cost issues here, from our constituents' perspective, whether it's an individual or a business, when they see an inspection and a citation, whether it's from street services or building and safety or contract administration or anybody else, all they see is the city of Los Angeles. And they're wondering why they're getting repeat visits from multiple agencies. So I think, both from the perspective of operational efficiency as well as to reduce costs and as well as to achieve our goal that we continue to claim that we have of making the city more attractive to the business community, that's something that's going to be important to me, trying to find where we can realize those sorts of consolidation opportunities. I have a number of other sort of smaller points that I'll just submit in writing, but I do want to say, I want to echo Mr. Englander, what Street Services has been able to do despite really serious cutbacks, and it's a remarkable record of achievement. And I know that all of us would want to be doing much more, and that should be our goal. But I do want to compliment both management and the employees of this department for holding it together as well as you have with the reductions that you've already experienced, because it really has been heroic work, and the work that your employees are doing every day is heroic and appreciated. So
thank you
very
Councilman.
much.
I appreciate
thank
your
you very
kind
much
words.
for being here. Mr. Kretz.
I was remiss in not making some of the same comments, but I have to say it's been somewhat surprising to me, because with all the cutbacks and all the difficulties in all our departments, we actually get more compliments for how much our streets are improving, although there's still plenty of work to do. People are actually surprised that we're getting as much work done as we are. So I think it's a real positive. We just want to find as many ways as we can to keep up good work that people are actually noticing and thanking us for.
Thank you, Councilman, for your kind words.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right. We're moving along. We're keeping on schedule, and I appreciate that. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, members of the public, and thank you, colleagues, for keeping us on task. Next up is the Bureau of Engineering. And our city engineer, Gary Lee Moore, is here. Welcome to you and your team.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for submitting a letter to the committee in advance of the hearing. I appreciate it. If you'd like to take a couple minutes to make some observations, you're certainly welcome to do so.
Thank you, council members. It's great to be here to represent the men and women of the Bureau of Engineering. They work so hard and they're so committed to what they do, and I really want to thank them publicly, as I do all the time. We couldn't do it without their hard work. And definitely want to acknowledge the mayor's team and the CAO and his team for their cooperation and working with us to present to you this budget that does not have any layoffs, and that's very important to us. And once again, we will continue to prioritize capital projects, making sure that we do the emergencies and ongoing construction, and special funded is definitely the prioritization of the Bureau, and we're here to answer all your questions today. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first of all, on that point of capital improvement, the budget book provides performance metrics on the capital improvement program and indicates that the metric for project completion has been reduced from 29 in fiscal year 2010 to 23 in fiscal year 11 to 20 in fiscal year 12. What's the reason for that decline, and are you investigating alternative project delivery methods that might help to increase that metric? It's on page 38 of the budget book.
Yes, sir. Sometimes on capital projects, it's really a function of the number of projects and also the dollars that are associated with the projects. So these number of projects are what the city is asking us to deliver, and we're committed to delivering that. One additional thing you talked about is alternative delivery. We've been a leader in trying to organize, and we're working with the city attorney right now to provide an ordinance that would delegate down to the departments the ability to move towards alternative delivery, not every time having to come to council to ask for permission. We also have initiated and done design build, and we're doing another design build project right now. We're in the process of preparing those documents for Councilman Cardenas in a project in his district. So we are looking at that. Also on the new 6th Street Bridge, we're looking at an alternative delivery method called construction manager at risk, and that's a $400 million project. So yes, we are continually looking at alternatives to provide the public the projects as fast as possible, but not compromising the quality in delivering them to the public.
So the reason for the decline in the last few years?
Well, sometimes it's the dollar amount of the project also. So although it may be 23 projects this year, that might have equaled 23 million. Next year might be 20 projects, but it could be 30 million. So it's really a function of we spend all the dollars you give us and the number of projects.
Was the availability of ARA funding a factor in that?
Yes, we've in the mayor's proposed budget. There's approximately 6 projects that are Measure R funded. And I'm sorry, did you say ARA funded?
ARA.
ARA. We have 1 project remaining. We've delivered all of them, and that's 75% delivered. And that one is was a pavement project, and we're on the last 25%. So we'll be done with all of our projects, the ARA projects, within a few months.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Yes, thank you. Question for the CAO. This department creates a considerable fee and permit income, and then it's all deposited in the general fund. Can we get a report back on whether or not there's a way to create an enterprise fund similar to the system we use for building and safety, so that BOE is able to manage their operations better to the level of demand for permits? And does that strike you on its face as a doable idea?
We could certainly look into it. A lot of the projects that they do are internal, so we'll have to see how to arrange that different from the other departments, but we could certainly report back on that.
Appreciate that. And also last year, I think we had a discussion on not removing positions that process permits and create economic activity. So I believe we have 2 additional position deletions in the development services section. So I'd like to see a report on a way to leave those positions still in existence without funding. Since vacant positions still have to go through managed hiring and show revenue to pay for the position, if we delete the position and yet the economy heats up and there's more work and we decide we want them back, we're adding months to the process. So it seems like it would be a harmless act to do in this budget year, but might make things logistically easier for us in the future. So if we could ask for a report back on that. And one last question. How are we doing in terms of the time for processing B permits and tract maps? Both those reviewed by both are reviewed by BOE for major development projects. And how does that compare to times for basic permits such as A permits and even R permits that restaurants need for outdoor dining? How good a job are we doing in getting those permits heard and dispensed with quickly?
We'll start with A permits. Our goal is internet is the same business day that we issue the permit. And additionally, when you come in for service, our goal is to do 1 hour, and we're doing very well there. We're plus 90% in delivering and within 1 hour on the A permits. Restaurant permits and dealing with the revocable permits for sidewalk dining, I think, is what you're referring to. Once again, that process, we're comfortable with what we're accomplishing there. Sometimes there's a little bit of back and forth with the restaurants on what they have to accomplish. They're somewhat complex occasionally, and I know that we're always looking to improve that process. B permits, the Bureau of Engineering is definitely a key component of B permits, along with transportation. There may be street lighting. There's other components, but definitely the Bureau of Engineering is one of the largest components. Right now, we're about at a 30-day turnaround time on the B permits right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you all.
Thank you for your good work. All right, that brings us to street lighting. Mr. Abrahamian, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members.
Welcome.
I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to come in front of your committee, and also wanted to take a moment and acknowledge the mayor's office and also CAO for working with us to put this budget together. Overall, we're happy with the budget. There was 2 items that we mentioned in our memo that are basically corrections, in our opinion, that I wanted to bring up. One is regarding the human resource consolidation. Our understanding was that we identified one position to be transferred to personnel department, and in the budget there was 2 positions identified. We have a personnel management analyst position that will be transferred to personnel, but in addition to that, there's a clerk typist that was identified, and that's one position, and that one correction that I would like to request to be made in the budget.
Thank you. And Mr. Santana, how did those positions compare to what was assumed in personnel's budget that we went over yesterday when we talked about the consolidation?
Both of those positions are reflected in the transition.
Okay, so rather than taking the time with it now, why don't we just include that in the reports back as well to make sure that Mr. Abrahamian and personnel and your office are on the same page to the extent you can be, and if you can't be, then please explain to the committee with your report back what the factors are that'll help us to make that assessment. Colleagues? Anything for street lighting?
Councilman, I have one more item, one more correction that I mentioned in the budget memo, and that's for a reallocation of a street lighting engineer or an associate to a street lighting engineer. Again, that's something that we discussed in the budget hearing with the mayor and the CAO. And again, my understanding was that that was approved. Again, the difference in the salary is about $8,000. It's all coming from special fund, which is our program. And the reason why I want to do this is what we did 5 years ago. 5 years ago, we created an LED program manager or an engineer, and we basically brought the focus on the LED. And we would like to do the same thing right now with the solar to grid and the solar streetlights. And that's why I requested to do that. And also I would like to include expansion of the decorative LED design into the responsibility of that one position.
I'm sorry, what would the source of funding for that position be?
Street Lighting Maintenance Assessment Fund. It is coming from our fund, and it's about $8,000 difference. And we don't need to make any difference on our budget. We can handle it as part of our budget, but the position is critical to our operations, to the vision that we have.
All right.
The challenge is that the solar streetlight initiative hasn't been approved by your council yet, and so we can certainly work with the department to see how to transition that position once that program is approved.
So let's include that then in our reports back, including a proposal for what action council will need to take in order to make that happen. On that point, Mr. Abrahamian, the 5-year forecast for the assessment fund illustrates that the revenue for the fund, the trends will make it insufficient beginning in fiscal year 2013 to maintain the existing capital program. So what plans are there to deal with that situation? Have you initiated the process under Prop 218 for assessment adjustments? What's the long-term plan for dealing with that trend line?
Well, 2 issues, Councilman. First, we think we are going to be in the black 3 years down the road. The forecast that you see came from CAO, and we had discussions about that. The numbers are more 3, possibly 4 years. Second, the acceleration of LED program is going to give us the savings that we are going to realize from the energy efficiency and also from the maintenance side. That is going to, we are hoping, save us from going to ballot for the Streetlight Maintenance Assessment Fund. So there's 2 points basically.
Okay, so that leads me to give you the hanging curveball. Can you talk a little bit about the LED conversion program and how it's gone so far and what that's meant for the city?
Of course. Thank you, Councilman. We started the program about 2.5 years ago, the implementation of the program, but in reality we started looking at it about 5 years ago. We started following the LED technology and how we could make the application for work for street lighting. The goal was to convert 140,000 street lights throughout the city to LED in 5 years. And up to date, we have completed about 75,000 street lights to LED. Most of the local streets, majority, I would say 95% of the local streets that have the modern style, Cobra style street lights throughout the city have been converted to LED. With the 75,000 conversion, we're realizing $3 million of energy savings. The savings doesn't stay with us at this point. It pays back the loan that we get from DWP, but the acceleration is going to help us to realize that saving and keep it for our operations, as I mentioned, down the road. We get a lot of...
On that point, the loan will be repaid well before the end of the lifetime of the conversion, so you'll continue to realize ongoing savings after the loan is repaid.
Yes, that's correct. In addition to the energy savings, those LEDs last 10 to 15 years. We think more like 15 years as opposed to 10 years. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities on the maintenance side to save, a lot of opportunities on materials. We used to change those fixtures every 5 years, so there was a lot of money that was being spent to change the fixtures. That is not going to happen for the next at least 10 years, we think 15 years. So that's another savings that we will be realizing from the LED conversion.
It's been a great success, and I congratulate you for it.
Thank you.
Mr. Englander?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. On that 5-year accelerated program, when this came to the Budget Committee on the accelerated to 4, we'd asked, I believe, for a cost-benefit analysis for the acceleration to change it from 5 to 4. And I don't recall that ever coming back to committee to look at that. That was in the FSR, I believe. And I don't recall seeing that.
Councilman, we went to the Budget and Finance Committee. If I'm not mistaken, it was referred to Budget and Finance Committee. Actually, we were in front of Budget and Finance Committee 3 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, regarding the acceleration. And there was a discussion about it. I do have a pamphlet, I do have a report that I distributed during the Budget and Finance. I'll be more than happy to share that with you also.
So I was on that, and I was there, and that was the one where I asked for the cost-benefit analysis for the acceleration to go from the 5 to 4.
I'm sorry, the Public Works. We went to the Public Works. It was referred to the Public Works Committee, and we went in front of the Public Works Committee 3 weeks ago.
Okay, and so you have that
I have the report right now with me. I will be more than happy to share it with you.
Great. Excellent. Thank you. And then on the performance-based budgeting, can you go over what we're doing to launch that effort with the Bureau as well?
Well, we are one of the 2 departments that were lucky enough to be identified to do the strategic planning. We're in the process of basically finalizing our strategic plan. The plan is to complete it by end of this fiscal year. We're working very closely with the Mayor's office and also exchanging information with the planning. Planning department is another department that was identified. As far as I know, the plan is to complete the strategic plan by end of this fiscal year and then work with the mayor's office to see how we will bring it into performance budgeting. And I think mayor's office maybe can add to that.
Sure. Thank you. So the process we've been going through, sir, has essentially been to work with these two departments, these two agencies first, as kind of the groundbreakers for us. Develop the model or template, then they can be replicated with the other departments. Many departments already have some version of a strategic plan that's kind of been the development or they've actually used in prior years. Then tying these strategic plans, the actual performance-based, the metrics that you'll see in the proposed budget book, then relevant to the actual budget that will be adopted for the coming fiscal year. There may be some changes based on whatever finally is adopted in the budget. And then obviously having those other departments that now will then use this as a template to create their own strategic plans. And then looking at how we track the metrics over the course of the fiscal year. CAO is involved. The proposed budget actually adds or recommends to add a position within the CAO's office to kind of institutionalize this.
If I could, as the maker of the motion, and I appreciate that, can I get just a briefing offline, or if you can come to the office and sit down and go through what the actual matrix measurements were, what we're looking at? I would appreciate that. That'd be great. We don't have to do it as part of the budget discussions, but that'd be great. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you,
Mr. Kress.
Thank you. Just one question about copper wire theft. Item 21, I think it says that the Bureau will be spending a little over $400,000 to have one person replace copper wire during this fiscal year and probably the same the next fiscal year. Have we looked at whether it would be fiscally more productive just to put money into sealing them all and eliminating this as an annual, probably increasing cost to the city?
The answer is no to replace all the pull boxes that we have in the city. We have not looked at it yet because we have about 300,000 pull boxes throughout the city. But what we've done starting 5 years ago, for any new construction that we've had new streetlights installed as part of private development, we are installing pull boxes that are lockable. They have two bolts basically that needs a special wrench to open. And our experience has shown that 95% of those have been safe. The problem is the thieves basically go from that block to the next block that has the old type of pull boxes. The cost, we haven't done a cost-benefit analysis, but that's something that maybe we can look into. But for the last 5 years, as the copper price has gone up, we've seen an increase. As the copper prices come down, we've seen a decrease on the copper theft problems that we've had. We've had total of 2,000 incidents throughout the city since 5 years ago in all the council districts basically that had affected 13,000 of our streetlights that we fixed during last 5 years. Today we have only 5 incidents open that we are aware of for only 41 streetlights. I think maybe it's more than that, but not that much more because we do hear it from the council offices. But the cost-benefit analysis is something we haven't done, sir.
So the thieves check with their commodities brokers to see how copper is doing, and
that's correct.
I wonder if we could do that analysis and also look at whether it proves to be more cost-effective to do a whole area. So if someone's just looking for copper, they won't find that there's a few where they're sealed, and they just look around, and on the next block they're unsealed. But perhaps if everything in an area is done, then they decide not to do it for a while. They move somewhere else. So it makes it a little more difficult for them as well.
That's correct.
So it might be worth taking that look. I think the number is that 3% of our lights have been sealed so far.
No, I would say probably 1 to 2%. It's a low number, sir. But those are, well, based on this, it's 3%, but as far as new installations, we have about 1% of the new installations that we installed new pull boxes. What we do in a lot of those cases is we seal them tight with steel plates, and that's where the cement finisher comes handy, because they help us to put that to tighten up the pull boxes. But we do have that many. Yes, that's correct.
And when the person comes by who replaces the copper, do they also do the sealing at the same time, or is that a different specialty?
No, not the same person. The electrician replaces the copper, and then cement finisher, with the help of some of the electricians, do seal it. But it happens within a week. It really doesn't lag that long. We try to seal them right away as we change the copper.
So anyone that's where it's been vandalized, it won't be vandalized the second time. That indicates taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
The only place it has happened is in LA River by the bikeway, where we replaced it once, and they took it out. We replaced it again, and they took it out again because of the security and not have citizens around by the bikeway. And finally, last year, we installed solar street lights, and we took the copper completely out of the picture, and so far it's been holding up.
So we could do that in some of the least secure locations.
If there is funding available, yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Just in case I wasn't clear, that issue of the trend line and dealing with the shortfall, I would like to actually get a report back on that so that we can have a discussion about why there's some discrepancy here and how we're going to address it. Mr. Cardenas, did you have anything? Mr. Englander? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Abraham, and I appreciate your time. Thank you to you and your team. And that brings up contract administration. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Chairman Krikorian, to the committee members, thank you for the opportunity to come and share. I am John Reamer, your Inspector of Public Works and the Director of the Bureau of Contract Administration. And I want to begin by thanking the Mayor's Office and his budget team, the CAO. We had, I would argue, an excellent communication line throughout this process. And the process did what it was supposed to do. It challenged both of us to make sure that we brought before you today a budget that we in the Bureau of Contract Administration are ready, willing, and able to stand behind and do the very best that we can to continue to represent and provide services for this great city of Los Angeles. Lastly, I want to thank and acknowledge the men and women in the Bureau of Contract Administration. They have been remarkable, to say the least, in responding to the call that has gone forth to make sure that a line that I've established, we minimize to maximize without compromise, and that we minimize impact, we maximize opportunity, and we do not compromise quality. And that has been and that will continue to be our goal and objective throughout this process. The 4 bureaus that have come before you, excellent bureaus, excellent employees, and they provide the infrastructure for public works. When they don't do the work and you choose to contract that work out, that's when the Bureau of Contract Administration steps in, and we are your eyes and we are your ears. Be it construction or on contracts, we're there to make sure that the city receives the quality that it should receive, and that the citizens, the constituents, are not impacted beyond what is normal with construction, and that we preserve, maintain, and protect the quality of life. So be it the $1.4 billion worth of construction that we anticipate for this upcoming fiscal year, or the many ordinances that you as a council have, be it living wage or equal benefits, or the public infrastructure stabilization ordinance that deals with project labor agreements on our construction projects, where over the past 5 years, in public works alone, we've allowed over 3,500 men and women to work on our projects, reinvesting roughly $41 million in wages and benefits back into the homes of men and women who live in the city. Ours is to make sure that when we choose to contract out work, that work is done well. So I'm here again to say thank you and to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the good work that you do. Thank you for submitting your letter. I know that you had one concern about one position that had been identified in the budget as being vacant, but it is in fact filled. What is that position? What would the service impact be?
The position is a senior clerk typist position, and once again, back to that relationship, that communication that we talked about, I've had ongoing dialogue. So when we submitted the letter, it did not stop the dialogue between the CEO and the mayor's office. We've identified a position that will be able to absorb that, so we're fine.
Great, thank you. You have had a significant reduction in positions. In 2009, you had almost 400 positions, and that has declined by about 20% since then, as I'm calculating it. And a significant number of those cuts have been in EEO enforcement and centralized certification. Can you talk a little bit about what risks the city faces as a result of reductions in those service areas?
The risk of not allowing opportunities for contractors, consultants that want to do work with and for the City of Los Angeles, that have tried to do work with and for the City of Los Angeles. The name alone, the centralized certification administration agency, what we do is we ensure that those who, be it minority, women, small businesses, local businesses, with our new local preference ordinance, they are identified and they have ample opportunity to compete and participate in the awarding of contracts for the City of Los Angeles. Given some of the legal constraints that we have with Prop 209, we want to do everything we can as a city to make sure that any barriers that do exist are not there, and that the playing field is indeed level, and that opportunities exist. The Equal Employment Opportunity Enforcement section that we have, dealing with the ordinances that the city has with respect to living wage, equal benefits, service contractor worker retention, not to mention contractor responsibility and contractor performance ordinance. All of these are to make sure that contractors can come to the City of LA and they can bid and they can compete on a level playing field, that it's not tilted. We want to make sure that this reputation that we have in the City of LA, it's a strong one, and the credibility that we have is strong. So what we've done, recognizing that, and I shared with you in our letter, that we're roughly 95% cost recoverable. The 5% is dealing in those areas, quite frankly, that are focused primarily on the ordinance, where we have a reliance on the general fund. We've been working with the CAO to streamline where we can the administration of those ordinances. An example would be we allow affidavits now. So for those pre-award ordinances, those ordinances that we need to verify prior to a contract being released, we allow the contractor to submit an affidavit. We check the affidavit, making sure that they acknowledge all that we're asking for, and then we're going through and doing random audits. This is after the award process has taken place. So what we've done is we've minimized, once again I'm back to that word, minimize to maximize. Minimize the delay in awarding contracts. Maximize opportunity for contractors to be involved, and then not compromising the quality by doing the random checks. We are at I would say the bare minimum now with respect to staffing, and as I've shared with the mayor's office and the CEO, what I would like to see is for us to ultimately establish a floor with respect to how low we can go. I would argue we're there now, but it's a city commitment. What we want to see with respect to the administration and the enforcement of these ordinances. We did take your letter and go out and look and see what other municipalities are doing. We took a look at San Francisco. We took a look at San Diego, two of the largest cities in this state. They have many of the ordinances that we have. They have many of the same thresholds that we have. They have a few more people than we have. But with that said, we're working as diligently as we can to preserve, without compromising, the integrity of these ordinances. And it is a good partnership. The one group that I did leave out would be the city attorney's office. Ultimately, what we would like to visit would be our thresholds. Are they where we want to keep them? Do we need to raise them because they're the council's ordinances? That's something that we can't do on our own. So we've done as much as we can, and we're at the bare minimum right now.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Cardenas.
Can you repeat those poetic objectives you keep repeating?
Most certainly. Minimize, maximize without compromise. Minimize impact, maximize opportunity without compromising quality.
Okay. When it comes to Con Ed reporting or advising on a particular contract or what have you, if there's any deliberation or when it comes to what the recommendation from Con Ed is, what are the procedures for a particular department or a commission or somebody to say, wait a minute, is this the way you're interpreting it, and then have some kind of dialogue to understand whether or not you hit the mark or not on that particular advice?
Depending on what the item might be, we believe that the Bureau's presence adds value to the process, in that we have a check and balance. And it contributes to the credibility and integrity of the process. When there is a concern, when there is, let's say, a miscommunication or there is ambiguity, our role in the process is to advise. We make recommendations. And depending upon what the item might be, if it's one of the ordinances, we serve a citywide function. Many of the departments in this city, they call us on a regular basis wanting to get input from us. So if we're not the lead on it, ours is advisory. We are the designated administrative agency for a good number of the ordinances that I alluded to, where we're responsible for pinning and keeping up to date the rules and regulations that govern how those ordinances are administered and implemented. Inside of the Department of Public Works, be it subcontractor outreach, to make sure that minority and women-owned businesses have an opportunity to compete and work on projects. We review the process. As information comes in, ours is to check it, and then we present a recommendation to the Board of Public Works, and they will respond to that recommendation.
Also, basically, you're there to review and recommend. So when Con Ed makes a recommendation on a particular contract, a potential contract, or process, or what have you, and say a department goes somewhere along the lines of, okay, well, thank you for that interpretation, but we don't agree. And then what happens? It just stands on the record, and then the department or commission or what have you does as they choose to from that point forward? Or does it require a response back, appropriately so, or what have you, and then a back and forth on that to try to get clarity or come to a conclusion?
Excellent question. It depends on how the process and the relationship. Once again, inside of the department, a formal recommendation where we are joint in the recommendation, we will work through and obtain clarity on our position prior to that board report going public. We want to make sure that we understand all there is to know, and that that particular bureau understands our position and all there is to know. And this usually is very successful. If there's an instance where we just don't agree, then we come up with language that will present both views to the board so they can make a decision. And the discussion will take place. The contractor will be involved also. This is an issue regarding an award of a contract, and we will work through it. Our position is going to be based on, and I like to say that, whereas Chief Beck was here and he is the chief of police, I refer to us as a construction cop, if you will, because we enforce also. And ours is to govern and be guardians of the contract. I can't bring anything to it or take anything away from it. So ours is to interpret simply based on the language in the contract. Now, what can happen is that we can change contract language. We can do that beforehand. So if this is a bid or a proposal that is going to go out for advertising, then the recommendation will be, let's revisit the language so that both sides are preserved and we all get what we want without, once again, compromising the integrity. I love this word, partnership, and that indeed is what it is, where we work together. And we are usually very successful in achieving what we want.
Thank you.
Mr. Englander.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
The work you do perform is critically important, and I appreciate it, and I've been working very closely with your staff on some new policies and procedures to go after some of these vendors who are, and contractors who don't follow the letter of the spirit of the law and tear up our streets, and so I appreciate all your support in that. One of my questions is, with the reduced staff, the threshold right now to review projects, policies, contracts, compliance, I believe is $5,000. Is that correct?
Depending on the ordinance. So for equal benefits, the ordinance would be the ordinance establishes a threshold at $5,000. For living wage, it's $25,000. So it all depends on the ordinance.
Have those been revisited at any time in the last several years on those thresholds to see if they make sense? And should those thresholds perhaps be adjusted to reflect CPI and other factors, to say that perhaps there's other reviews that should or shouldn't take place at different thresholds to allow you to maximize the staff you have? Does that make any sense? Is there any?
What you're alluding to does make sense. I refer to it as the funnel theory, if you will, where the city as a whole is greatly concerned, and I'm sure the CEO would join me in this statement, with respect to how long it takes for us to process contracts. One of the reasons why we allowed affidavits for equal benefits, that being a pre-award ordinance, was to help shorten that time. But if your funnel is so big, and that would be the review components of it, that being the city attorney's office, the CEO, and then our office, if we have a number of contracts going through it, and the space is only so large, then
and that's my point in that. And if the threshold's $5,000, virtually everything falls under that. I mean, if $5,000 on a contract is nothing in terms of major work that they're going to be doing.
That is true.
Does it make sense to revisit that as a policy? And can I ask a report back to look at adjusting that? Maybe it should be $10,000 or $15,000. I don't know what that number is. I'll look to you as the expert and the CAO and CLA to come back with a report back on perhaps adjusting that so we can speed things along and make things even more efficient for you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz? Do you have any?
Add on this one.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Well, colleagues, I think we're doing great. We're way ahead of schedule, and so what I'd like to do now, since I did indicate that transportation would be beginning at about 5 o'clock, we're way ahead of that. I'd like to take now just a brief 10-minute break, and then we'll resume again at 5 minutes to 4, beginning with Department of Transportation. Mr. Cardenas.
Get back on track. I'd like to ask you a bunch of questions.
Oh, yeah, could you please? Yeah. Listen, the more questions, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
I still have 40 report backs to ask today.
Yeah, thank you.
It's early.
So let me just take this opportunity to thank Public Works. President Alarcon, thank you very much. Thank you to all the bureau heads for those presentations. Thank you for your brevity and also your thoroughness at the same time. So we'll take a 10-minute break and we'll resume with Department of Transportation. good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. The Budget and Finance Committee is back in session. If we can come to order, we will resume with the Department of Transportation. Before we begin with the department's presentation, we do have one card from Charles Leone. I'd like to ask him to come up now if he's... Oh, yes, there he is. He's making his way up to the microphone.
Chair, thanks again for
Welcome
the opportunity
back. It's a
to
pleasure.
speak before you and this body. DOT is going to be presenting in the budget, and I believe that all of it's pretty much been communicated through public comment, through letters, through communication. We've communicated the concerns that exist, the real concerns, with not only extending the part-time traffic officers pilot program, but expanding it. Is it coincidental that ever since the council motion that Paul Koretz championed back in October, is it coincidental that that was stalled in budget and finance? Is it coincidental that when Councilmember Cardenas asked for a report back from DOT about the status of the pilot program, that DOT to this day has never been held accountable to that pilot program, that same program that now they're asking to extend and expand? It's not coincidental. The pilot program wasn't working, has not been working. DOT was not meeting its revenue goals with the pilot program. You had a lot of part-time traffic officers that were actually leaving the city because they were getting better jobs elsewhere, full-time jobs elsewhere, full-time traffic officer jobs that have been open in the city of Beverly Hills, the city of Santa Monica, the city of Culver City. A part-time traffic officer pilot program is a Band-Aid on a broken arm. It's opening the city up to liability. It's opening the city up to safety issues. It's creating a hostile work environment when you're pitting part-time traffic officers against full-time traffic officers. You know, when the Northridge earthquake took place in the 1990s, LAPD responded, LAFD responded, and LADOT responded. Those are the three departments that respond whenever there is a national emergency and whenever there's a crisis in the city. Traffic officers responded. They would respond today, much like today when they're a part of the tactical alert for Mayday, like cops and fire. This is a public safety issue. This is a job that should not be part-time. We should not extend it. The reason that Cardenas was never responded to in December, the reason that Koretz was never responded to back in October, was because he had the CAO's office pushing to say, let's make this part-time traffic officer pilot program look successful. So what did they start doing? They started working part-time traffic officers up to 39 hours. What did they start doing when the part-time traffic officers were only supposed to work weekends? They said, let's work you 7 days a week. They're going to show you some numbers, folks, but numbers can work to their benefit. Liars figure and figures lie. Look through DOT. This is a job that should not be part-time. Please hold DOT and hold the CAO's office accountable. The city deserves better. You deserve better. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. I'd like to invite Transportation to come up, and understand we have a PowerPoint presentation, but if you'd like to introduce your team and also make some brief opening comments before we go to the PowerPoint, that'd be fine.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jaime de la Vega, General Manager of the Department of Transportation. My executive team is here with me today. Three of them are at the table. I want to introduce to you Robert Andalon, who's the Executive Officer of Administration, Chief Greg Savelli, who oversees park enforcement and traffic control, and Deputy Chief Brian Hale as well. Just briefly on the budget overall, we understand the city's facing a tough fiscal situation. We believe the budget proposed before you today is fair, and the department's going to do everything in our power to continue to provide great service to the public, to the council, and to the mayor. And obviously we're here available to answer questions on any of the proposed budget items. If you could put on the PowerPoint, please. Just want to give you a little bit of background on part-time traffic officers. We're going to briefly go over what the traffic officers do, as well as what the proposed budget is, and then we're also going to discuss a little bit about how the part-time program has been going so far. So, Chief Savelli.
Give it a second.
We have... We need his mic. His mic. We need his mic.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Council and Commission. I'm glad to be here to try to provide some background on what our actual traffic officers are assigned to do. As you see from the slide, we are a public safety response agency. We respond to many different events and accidents and officer-involved shootings and all kinds of different things where our services are pressed into service for perimeters and to control traffic flow around major events and special events. And as previously mentioned by Mr. Leon, we did respond to earthquakes, floods, and wind events. Currently, we're responsible for enforcing all parking laws throughout the city, both state and local laws, and provide for safe flow of traffic throughout the city. We have highlighted there on the slide the part-time traffic officers. The role that they have been filling is in that area of patrol, and more specifically to enforcement efforts on patrol. The radio calls, such as when people are dispatched to block driveways or enforcement requests from residents or businesses, those are handled by the full-time officers, as are the special events and special details, such as when we do placard enforcement to address the handicap issue. As a byproduct of our enforcement efforts, the city does generate revenue from our efforts.
Robert, can you just recap the proposed budget?
Certainly. Robert Andalon, Department of Transportation. This year's proposed budget assumes the continuing of the existing 100 part-time traffic officer positions with the addition of 50 more part-time traffic officer positions that will generate a certain amount of revenue based upon the current level of issuance. The funding will be the holding of 14 full-time traffic officers to be transferred to the as-needed account to pay for the part-time traffic officers. And in addition to that, there is a fine increase that's also part of the proposed budget to meet the revenue estimate. On the next page, you'll see that the combination of the fine increase for $10 for street cleaning as well as $10 for selected safety-related violations amounts to $6 million. The 50 part-time traffic officers are estimated to bring in an additional $4 million, roughly $10 million more than the anticipated revenue goal for this year of $141.
Chief Savelli.
Yeah, the next slide, please note that this started in last fiscal year where we took 29 vacant full-time positions and turned them into 100 part-time positions. We initially graduated a class of 45 in August of last year. So we've had 8 months of experience with just 45. We have not ever had the 100 total for a one-year period. So we've only had 45 for up to 8 months. We've had 2 other classes after this that we have already put out. We currently have 98 out there. We're going to get to that in a minute. One of the reasons for this delay was the time it took we exhausted the first list of traffic officers, and we had to do a retest. And we retested, and we also enhanced, under Commander Williams, we enhanced the background process to include a more stringent test for the hiring of traffic officers. That being said, we do need to understand that no matter how many part-time officers we end up with, we need to create a floor, what I call a floor of a number of full-time officers so that we are able to respond to the emergencies and handle the calls and special assignments all over the city, such as today where we have hundreds of traffic officers right there outside controlling the May Day events and helping the flow of traffic through the city. When we hire the part-time officers, next slide please, the officers go through a 45-hour course of training with our existing traffic officers and supervisors. They are provided a uniform and a uniform allowance as per the MOU, although they do have a scaled-back uniform, what we call. It's a more relaxed uniform. It's a polo shirt, identifying them as traffic officers in safety vests. They currently use existing equipment and handheld radios and ticket writers. We have sufficient to sustain the additional 50 because of the fact that they're not all going to be working all at one time. We never have all 150 here at the same time based on their schedule, so we have enough equipment to deploy if you were to add the 50 additional. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, as of last week, we reached 98 part-time officers, so we now are at the level that was hoped for all of 2012. Based on their attendance, they show a record of about 13.6 full-time equivalents being worked by part-time officers. We have an attrition rate on the next slide of we've hired a total of 109, and for various reasons, some have quit and gone on to other jobs or decided it wasn't for them. So our current attrition rate is 9.2. And then how they deploy, the next slide. When I first started as the chief in January, there was some comments about the fact that there were some restrictions. We have learned that there were no restrictions on the deployment. There was just discussions about how they would be deployed. The first discussions were about, based on the first class of 45, the majority of those 45 wanted to work weekends as they had other full-time employment during the week, so they primarily wanted to be deployed. However, we've seen from the second two classes that have put through, there are people that don't have other employment and that are willing to work during the week, and we have started just recently deploying some part-time officers during the weekdays to help improve enforcement. And generally, they are always assigned to a footbeat, a narrowed metered zone in downtown Central or Hollywood areas.
The current fiscal year budget assumed 3.0 hour citations per hour for every part-time officer out in the field. After a slow start, the second and third classes showed a much quicker learning or shorter learning curve, and we're able to actually get to that level much sooner than the first class. So we believe that the 3.9 or even slightly higher will be the norm going forward. The revenue, the average value per the citation paid is $62.01. That takes into account that most of them are meter citations. There are a number of other violations that are found in those selected business zones that the chief mentioned. This also takes into account the fact that some citations are paid late, so there will be a higher amount collected per citation. During the first year, we collect approximately almost 74% of the citations that are issued during that particular fiscal year. It's an improvement over years gone by. We believe that this trend will also continue, and we should be able to see this next year as well.
Yeah, just to add to that point, the collection rate from DOT has been increasing every year for the last 9 years.
The chart in front of you basically shows what the projected revenue was, the $9 million. Year to date through April 21st, we're looking at $3.2 million that's been collected. Through the end of the year, there will be an additional $500,000. Again, the lower estimates were based on the fact the lower actual revenue collected was based on the fact that the program got started late, got started with a smaller amount, and the less time you have in the fiscal year to collect on it, the less likely you are to be able to reach the collection rate that you had anticipated. So there should be some of this money that will come in after June 30th and then be credited to the next fiscal year.
And on the next slide, you'll see that I already discussed the reason for the delay in the hiring. You can see there what I discussed earlier. What we did to try to meet the goal and without the full 100 officers was we added additional hours to the current part-time officers. We're restricting them to $9.50 per year, and we're doing 5-hour shifts. And we've allowed them to work longer shifts to try to use some of that as-needed funds that was transferred over for the full 100 for the existing part-time officers. The other thing we did was some of the as-needed funds that were left over because of the not having the 100 we used to pay some overtime to existing full-time officers to write additional tickets, and when they do that, they average about 8 tickets per hour on overtime, so it's very effective in generating these violations. And then, as Robert mentioned, the collection efforts through Franchise Tax Board and other through the contractor have proven to be more successful this year. On the next slide, this is something that I mentioned earlier. The need for public safety functions requires that we have full-time officers. As you see the box of availability down there, this is something that is an added benefit from some of the part-time situation where we have a pool from which we can draw from to fill the full-time positions, and we have created a draft transition plan to how they would be evaluated if they were to transition from part-time to full-time. But also having those extra bodies of 150 gives us a few more bodies to use in times of crisis. And although they can't be currently used for traffic control, they certainly can be asked to man an intersection and to prevent a hard closure that doesn't involve direction. It just involves keeping people out of a hard closure. It is our recommendation that we have a core of 570 full-time. At our peak, we were at 628, so it's a significant reduction in the force. We currently have 567. And let me also just point out that if we eliminate the part-time program, that 570 would have to go up, probably closer to 600 again. The average monthly attrition for the full-time officers is about 1.2, and so that would show you with the current vacancies we have, we would need close to 18 traffic officers in next fiscal year.
Right. And just in closing, in order to continue to fulfill our public safety mandate as well as hit the revenue targets for the council mayor, we do need to maintain staffing levels. I do want to take this opportunity to thank Maggie Whalen and her staff at the personnel department. They have been instrumental in our hiring process during the current fiscal year. And of course, for next fiscal year, we either need exemption from the managed hiring process or quick approval in order to maintain the full-time staffing levels that we indicate. And we're happy to take questions.
Thank you. I don't have before me a letter from you, so if you have, aside from the part-time officer situation, if there are other comments that you wanted to make or concerns that you wanted to raise about the departmental budget, you can take the time to do that now, and then we'll go to questions. If not, that's okay too.
No, we don't have any other comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Very good. Mr. Inglewood?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Unless you wanted to go first.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Just a question on, we'll start then with the part-time officers. And looking at the revenue outlook book on page 61, if you can explain to me, I think the only recent uptick that I've seen, it appears that we're down 1 million, if I'm reading this chart correctly, roughly 1 million citations. Not $1 million in revenue, but 1 million actual citations issued since 2003, when staffing levels, for the most part, remain constant. And the only uptick is recently when we deployed the part-time traffic officers. But if you can explain the downtick part of it and how we got there and why that occurred, I think that would be helpful in the discussion.
Sure. The first thing I want to say is I don't think we know definitively why it's gone down, but I can talk about the factors we believe contributed to that downtick. First thing is there has been some reduction in overall staffing levels. The second is, as a percentage of time, the traffic officers are actually spending more of their time on public safety related functions and other ancillary duties versus prior years. So, for example, 10 years ago, they spent a higher percentage of their time writing tickets. Now they're spending more time at wind events, supporting fire and police, staffing special events. So we actually have, fewer people or lesser percentage of the actual officers available working. We also do have some issue with IOD, injured on duty. Right. And when Commander Williams was here from the LAPD, we actually trained with the LAPD staff, and we instituted IOD coordinators as part of the parking enforcement operation.
Has IOD gone up? Do you know where we were historically to where we're at now?
Chief, do you know where?
I know that since we instituted that program under the commander that it's gotten better and our monitoring of it has gotten better, but I don't know the numbers back when the decline of the productivity was.
Right. And I think that issue is something we have discussed with the union. I think it is going to require partnership between management, labor, and the employees themselves. But our understanding from LAPD is when their department implemented IOD coordinators, they did see a dramatic uptick in the number of people returning to work. And obviously, the more people we have at work, the more tickets we can write on the revenue side.
So it appears just by looking at, I mean, that's a significant, 1 million tickets, that's a significant drop in all those years.
Right, I agree.
And I think shocking.
I think the other thing which we have not been able to quantify is the elasticity of demand, meaning the mayor and council have increased the fines on a number of occasions in recent years. So that may be a contributing factor to the decrease in violations.
I don't see the correlation, but okay. And then
because when prices go up, people tend to buy or violate less. Like if you know it's going to be $100 for a ticket and it used to be $50, there's generally a financial incentive to be more compliant with the parking laws.
That would be the reasonable thought, but I don't know that that's a practical thought out on the street. But on paper and concept, I would think, yes, that would make sense. But I think people still violate them. And you can't drive down the street today without seeing somebody on the cell phone, without somebody violate. I mean, violations categorically, I know from my experience, haven't gone down, and citations have gone up, and there's other types of fines. But I think tying it back to all the other things you said certainly makes a lot of sense. The graph clearly indicates, though, that from the revenue side, or at least the citation side of it, they've gone up. It's the only significant uptick in years since the part-time officers have been implemented. So it appears to be a successful program that you support.
Yeah, I think our assessment to date is that it has been an effective program.
Okay. I've got questions unrelated to that, to the part-time traffic officers, so I'm sure my colleagues have some other questions on that, so I'll go ahead and open it up back to that.
Mr. Cardenas, on the part-time traffic officers, do you want to?
Thank you.
Questions?
As one of the speakers just mentioned, that I had requested a report back from the department relative to citations and who was giving the citations and the rate at which part-time individuals give citations, et cetera. I'd like to know the status of that report, and also just understand when I ask for a report, unless I specifically say a verbal report is not satisfactory for me. I want to see it in writing. With all due respect, verbal reports literally fade with the wind. But if we get something in writing, then we can stand by that. We can refer to it. And if other council members in the future want to refer to it, then they can do so as well, instead of counting on the recollection of somebody who happened to be in the room at the time. So thank you for giving us some of the information verbally, but I'm still awaiting a written report. So
we'll work with the department to prepare a written report prior to the completion of these hearings.
Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions on the part-time traffic officers as well. Have we seen an impact on morale in the program as a result of the implementation of the part-time program?
There's been a variety of impacts on the morale dating back to last summer. And all the public events involving the Department of Transportation and specifically the Parking Enforcement Bureau. There is some sense in the organization that there's a threat to their job, the full-time officer's job, by the part-time, so that there is some flavor of that in the building. And I've been trying to address that through them understanding that they're all part of the same family, that they should realize that this is something that we're working with, and that explaining the differences in the values of the two different positions. I think the majority understand, but there are still a number that are not happy with the concept.
And I guess I would probably be among them. What are the most hours that a part-timer would be working currently per week? I'm hearing, at least anecdotally, that there are folks working longer hours than we anticipated.
We allow a part-timer to work 950 hours from the first day of work, in a year, I'm sorry. So they can work 950 hours in one calendar year, 1 year from the date they were hired. When we increased their hours, what we did, they generally work a 5-hour shift. And what we did is we increased the number of days a week they could work if they were available. And they may work longer days, up to 8 or 9 hours if they wish. It's all depending on their schedule. But our number is $950 per year. There's no weekly rate or monthly rate.
So people could be working full-time, and then when they hit the number, they're done for the year. Are we doing that with anybody?
No, we're not doing that. But that can be done if in the sense that you can expend 950 hours in 6 months, and then they'd be done for the next 6 months. And this is that's how they qualify for benefits and retirement if they work more than that.
Yeah, just for context, the part-time officer that has the most hours is about 600 year-to-date. So I think it's going to be unlikely that any of the officers are going to actually hit 950 or 1,000 hours this fiscal year due to the ramp-up and hiring process.
Now, if we're keeping open 13 or 14 full-time positions, as it looks like we're not filling them. If we actually did fill them, would that not be a net increase in revenue as opposed to leaving them vacant?
Well, under the current proposed budget, the 14 positions are deliberately kept vacant to allow the funding for the 50 part-time traffic officers that are being added to the program. So if we filled them, we wouldn't have the necessary funding to be able to hire the additional 50. And I don't believe the issuance would be the same relative to the 14 versus the 50.
Oh, the question, though, is if it would be a net positive in revenue, why would we only capture the expenses? Why wouldn't we look at it on both sides of the ledger and say, okay, even though the department only has $200 million a year in its budget, just to make up a number, and this would make it 213, if it meant that you had $20 million more in revenue, why wouldn't we just do that and alter our budget?
Well, we will support, I think the department laid out that a base number of full-time officers that they want to maintain is 570, and my office will support allowing those positions to be filled to the 570. Currently, the cost-benefit analysis, when you look at the comparison between part-time and full-time, the cost per citation for a part-time traffic officer is $4.20. For a fully burdened full-time officer, it's $10.17. And so there's still a significant difference in the cost between a full-time traffic officer and a part-time traffic officer per citation. But as the department indicated, they believe strongly that they need to have a strong core of full-time traffic officers at 570, and that's something that's in the budget and something that my office will support.
As I've mentioned in previous budget sessions, I think we don't do enough traffic citations, and as long as it's at least net neutral or even positive, which I believe under any circumstance it is, I think we should be doing more. Although anecdotally, I will say my neighborhood is generally overrun with parkers from businesses, which is why we have a permit parking district. I am, instead of seeing bad enforcement 7 days a week, on the weekends I actually am seeing people now writing tickets, but it's only on the weekends. So it's clearly just that part of the program that we're now seeing in places where we hadn't seen. What I don't completely understand is why we couldn't say, okay, let's create a hybrid position. We know we're not writing enough tickets. Why can't we create a full-time position that just writes tickets and actually becomes a formal part of the city family? That, I have no doubt, would generate more revenue. it would cost a little bit less because we wouldn't pay people for the full training, but we could guarantee that we do more citation writing that we need to. At the same time, I mean, I think we take advantage of the part-timers to some degree because we're going out of our way to provide them with no benefits. So we're going out of our way to give them a crummier job. This might work for a while in a horrible economy. Obviously, we can't plan on this indefinitely. I don't think 3 or 4 years from now, when there are other opportunities, that this position is going to hold up. So I'm hoping we'll look long term at some more structural way to run this department. Also, how much direct Measure R money, on a completely different topic, are we spending on
Mr. Kretz, before you move on to the other topics, if we can just finish off this one, and then we'll come back to some other things, just so we maintain the flow of the conversation. Just to piggyback a little bit on Mr. Kretz's question, is it possible to quantitatively compare the issuance rate for the part-time officers versus the existing full-time officers, given that the full-time officers also have other tasks? Can you make that comparison, and how do they compare?
Yeah, the answer is yes. The method that we use is we only compare the issuance for the full-time officers when they're actually on patrol duty. So, for example, if they're staffing a special event, say a Dodger game, or they're supporting fire and police at an incident, those hours are not factored into their productivity rates. As of April 7th, which is the last time we have complete payroll data and issuance data, both full-time and part-time officers are issuing at a comparable level. As indicated in the slideshow, part-timers are about 3.92 citations per hour of patrol, and the full-time officers are about 4.02. So the full-time currently year-to-date are slightly higher, but I will note that there was a ramp-up process with the part-timers where their issuance rates during the first few weeks in the field was substantially lower than it is today, and we'd be happy to give you a full breakdown to the committee if that's desired.
And in filling the budgeted full-time positions, are part-time officers eligible, or are they given any special priority for those positions? Have they been told that their performance in issuing tickets as part-timers will influence hiring decisions as to whether they'll be brought on as full-time officers?
Yes, they took the same test as traffic officers, and so they qualify to be full-time traffic officers. We followed all the personnel rules for that, specifically with the intent of being able to transition them. They have not been given any quotas or numbers, but obviously what they've been told and what I've told them is that we are watching their performance, and if they're good employees and they come to work and do a good job, then they'll have a better chance of getting hired full-time down the line when we start hiring full-time again. As I mentioned earlier, we have a draft plan for transition, when the objectives, some of the objective things we're looking at are the total number of hours they put in, are they close to an acceptable issuance rate, the number Mr. De La Vega just mentioned, and have they ever not been at work? In other words, they have attendance issues and things like that. These are things that they control and are objective. We try to be as nameless and faceless as possible.
With regard to the full-time officers, is there any optimal amount of time that they can be on patrol where they're maximizing their productivity, or are there limitations to that? So in other words, if they were focusing 5 hours a day on patrol and then the rest of their day on something else, would that have an impact on their productivity?
Absolutely, and that's what the overtime assignment does show us. We can't control the calls for service. If it's a slow day for calls for service, generally ticket numbers would go higher because they're not answering calls for service. And we see that by when we assign them an overtime assignment for enforcement only, their number is 8 an hour. And so when they are assigned to multiple duties or as needed duties, then their number drops to the 4.
Okay. Are there other cities that have adopted a model of part-time traffic officers who are targeted on citations that you're aware of?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay. That's all I have on that. Mr. Kretz, why don't you go ahead and finish your line of questioning on the other areas?
Yeah, I just had a couple other minor things. How much money are we spending of direct Measure R money on the bicycle plan? The budget says 5% of the revenue receipts, which is $1.7 million, or 1.7 million, I mean, but there's no funding for implementation projects, where last year I think we spent $900,000. So how does that work? And am I reading this right?
Robert?
For the bicycle plan, I don't have that number as far as how much we spent this year, how much we're projected to spend. I believe there's a 3.5 is the number that I recall relative to what's been set aside for the bicycle program.
On page 764, under the implementation of bicycle and pedestrian projects, this year's implementation figure is $920,000. In this current year's budget that will be done at the end of June. In the proposed budget, there is no funding number for that.
Yeah, I think if you look at the top of that page, Councilman, the bicycle program does reflect the $1.75 million, which is the 5% of the estimated receipts for Measure R, and we are intending to spend that on implementation of the bicycle plan.
Okay, so even though there's nothing in the implementation number, that would be where you would pull funding from the implementation?
Yes.
So that would still be a net reduction of $900,000 odd dollars for the.
Yeah, I believe the council mayor last year took a separate action to add additional money to the bike and pedestrian program. That's why the 920 is reflected there. I mean, we're obviously happy to spend more money on implementing the bike plan if that's your pleasure.
So that was a one-time addition. Yes. That's why that extra money is there. Wasn't intended to be an ongoing piece of it. It's just an addition.
That's correct.
Okay. And that is my only question.
Thank you. Mr. Englander?
These are all the same, and that's one.
I think my only question was on page 763 on the actual bicycle program positions. If you had more detail on that, but that was it. We can talk offline about that. I don't need to report back on that.
Okay.
Just wanted to get some more detail. If you could provide that to me, unless there's other members of the committee that wanted that specific information.
Yeah, of course.
That's all I had.
Okay. Anything further? Mr. Cardenas, anything further for transportation?
When it comes to, the department has a 5-year plan when it comes to our parking meters and the revenue fund and things of that nature.
Yes, that's correct.
I mean, I like the idea of being able to use funds to soften the blow with the budget issues that we've had and still have ongoing. But at the same time, I'm wondering if by accelerating the upgrade of our meters, which are revenue generators, it appears that we would actually see more revenue sooner if we had an accelerated plan different than the 5-year plan. So can you explain to us how or why we're dealing with a 5-year plan instead of a more condensed version, being that every time we make those improvements, we see an increase in revenue.
Sure, I'll give you a brief explanation, and then also Amir Sadati from the department is here and can speak further on that. The decision early on from Council Mayor was to do a 5-year program. I think the thinking was to spread the capital costs over multiple years so the city didn't have to absorb a one-time hit. We're actually almost done with the upgrade of the meters at this point. Most of our meters have been upgraded. They're integrated into a central information system on the back end. They accept credit cards, and Amir and his staff have been leading the efforts on Express Park, which is the demand-based pricing program for downtown that's going to open later this month, which was approved by the council and mayor. Amir, do you want to add a little bit to that?
Thank you, council member. So as our general manager mentioned, we actually, council member, have working on a 5-year plan since 2006. We've implemented many pilots and successful programs where we've increased the revenues from 33 million to 66 million. So we have in place right now majority of the upgrades to our meters. We have the largest solar-powered meters in the nation. We've seen excellent feedback from the public. Now they can use their credit card instead of carrying lots of coins. So in our current ordinance for the SPRF, we have to report on a 5-year plan that this council approves consistent with the budget. So we will be coming back with that 5-year plan, but year one will match this existing budget year. But it is an instruction that the ordinance, we have to come back with a 5-year operations and maintenance plan. And we are in the process of actually doing that plan right now, but the year one will match this existing year. So we actually, to just short answer your question, we have been doing a lot of those upgrades with smart alternatives, and that's why you do see the uptick in the revenues and the improvements that you've seen.
Amir, what's the percentage of meters that have been upgraded so far?
We're right now, I think we've closer to about 90%, 90 to 95%, and we will be replacing the other ones in this coming fiscal year. And we've worked with the mayor's budget right now and the CAO, so that money is in our proposed budget.
So, are you going to meet your mark on the initial 5-year plan on the upgrades, or are we going to miss by a few months? Because it sounds like we started in 2006.
We've done a lot of different pilot programs, council member, to get to where we are today through innovative pilots and then coming to council and getting authority to replace meters with smart meters and pay stations. And now we're working on this innovative demand-based parking pricing as a pilot for downtown LA. And through those pieces, we've put in what we need as a test bed, which is sensors, which is the parking guidance, which is the ability for using all of this system in an integrated fashion to make sure that we can make a difference in public knowing where the available parking is, what the pricing is, and coordinate on and off streets, so it's much easier for people to come downtown and find parking. So no, we have been on target. We've actually exceeded our revenues from the projections last year. And we're in line. Now, this particular year, we did have to put off some initiatives to future years, again, looking at where the fiscal crisis we're at and making some smart choices. So I think we're going to be on target this year, and we have a good plan. And as I mentioned, we will be coming back with our 5-year plan for this body and the council to ultimately approve.
Thank you.
So will you then be able to provide a written report back before we finish this process that will include the availability of resources to complete the implementation of the plan, whether you're on track, all of the issues that you were just discussing? I think it's important to have that as part of this file as well.
It will be a written report, and we will be coming forth to you as soon as we can get this information to our general manager, get it signed, and get it through the process. So if it's part of this process, we're happy to do our best to get it to you as soon as possible.
Yeah, we'll get it to you before the hearings are completed.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Now, there's There is some, one question on Measure R. The proposed, all Prop 1B funds will be expended in 2012-13.
Right.
So that's going to leave a funding gap in years following. What is the proposal for addressing that funding gap?
Yeah, I think as indicated in the Blue Book, there isn't a specific plan yet. I think that our department should be working with the CAO and the Department of Public Works, specifically Bureau of Street Services and Bureau of Engineering, to identify options for the council. The funding this year, my understanding, reflects the money necessary to maintain street services program. Obviously, on the DOT side, we support them by doing the striping after they do the resurfacing or the slurry seal. So I think that's an open-ended question about what the long-term funding strategy is for pavement preservation.
And as you and I have discussed, there's sometimes a discrepancy between the schedules in completing that work because of different availability of people to complete the work in the two departments, and that has caused challenges when a street is slurry sealed but there isn't sufficient personnel to follow right behind from DOT to do the striping, and it can create a situation where you have a black street with no crosswalks and so on. And so I'd like to see that greater coordination to be able to avoid that problem. We've worked on that, and I would appreciate further work done to make sure that there's sufficient funding in DOT to align those two services so that we're better coordinated in the delivery of a completed street when that street preservation takes place.
Right. We agree with that.
Okay.
Yes. This is David Hirano from the CAO's office. A direct answer to the question you asked. Next year, when Prop 1B falls out of our budget, we've completely spent that. We'll have approximately a $31 million budget gap to fill, and that budget gap will be spread across street services, DOT, general services, and engineering. The set aside that's highlighted in the Measure R budget is about $20 million and goes about 2/3 of the way to fill that gap. We will still need to identify another $10 million in incremental funding to maintain the pavement preservation program at its currently budgeted level. So the plan is to take this $20 million and use that to partially offset the drop of, or the loss of $31 million in our budget next year, and then somewhere during the course of the year try to identify another $10 million to maintain the program at its current level.
Thank you.
But very clearly, beyond that, we will probably need an additional funding solution as we move into 13-14 to continue to maintain the program.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you. In another arena, what are we doing to increase our provision of customer service, and how are we doing in terms of funding help for our constituents in the district offices?
Yes, Selwyn, do you want us to come to the table, please? Selwyn Hollins is the Executive Officer of Operations and oversees district operations and field operations. In short, when I took this position as General Manager, the one thing I heard loud and clear from the Council was dissatisfaction with the level of service in the districts. I think you remember that those staffing levels were reduced by approximately 80% a couple of years ago as part of the budget cuts sustained by the department. Since I took over, we've doubled the staffing in the district offices. Obviously, it could be at a higher level if we had more budget, but we are committed to improving service, and I think Selwyn can also talk about some of his management changes and efforts to automate some of those processes.
Thank you. Selwyn Hollins, Operations Manager. One of the things we're doing is we have set a pretty ambitious goal for this summer to enhance not only customer service but our ability to process work orders to get jobs done out in the field. One of the first things we established actually 2 weeks ago was to create a new group for our districts, and the title of that group is Support and Research, and their task is to go about looking at ways to not only enhance customer service but also to bring in new technologies and other features to leverage what's available today. By this summer, we want to have two main accomplishments. One is to create an intake center that pretty much centralizes the ability to receive calls in for district concerns, where you would call maybe one or two numbers and you would always get an answer from someone. The second thing is to enhance technology so that we can have geocoded map-based systems available not only for our resources but for the public as well. So if you wanted to know what's going on in your district, all the requests, the status of them, any documentation, photographs, etc., it will be readily available 24/7 via the internet or the website. In addition, that would also create greater transparency not only for the public but for us as well, so that we can monitor what our forces are out there doing in the field. Again, that target is for the summer, and that will be the first of the two implementations we'll be doing right away to improve service.
Well, I think that's good news. I'm glad to hear that. What about permit parking districts? I know there are still a number of places where that would be a valuable asset to parts of the community. When are we going to start to be able to staff that and add some new permit parking districts?
That's a great question, Councilmember, as this council has helped the department in the past few years to really disable those positions and actually created a special fund, and there's an ordinance for us to be able to do that. So the good news is we're working diligently on a reform that will be coming before the council, and the reform will really streamline and make the process much easier and much better for both us as a department and also for the constituents that have been in the waiting queue. So as of today, we still have the moratorium, but we're hopeful in the next 60 to 90 days to come back with the reforms to be able to get those approved through council, and that will streamline tremendously the entire parking permit program in the city.
So when do you think that actually starts up again, where someone can apply, or I should say a community could apply for a permit parking district and actually have it processed?
Realistically, Councilmember, we're probably looking sometime after this summer. We want to be able to get the reforms through you. We want to hear what the comments are, get that approved, and so realistically later this summer.
Very good. That's also good news for us, so thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas.
Yes, one more thing to add to the report that we talked about earlier, and that is please explain in your report if there are any deployment differentials between the part-time and full-time employees. I would imagine there is. For example, somebody goes out for 4 or 5 hours, their deployment might be a little different than somebody who's spending more time out there. So I understand that, but the thing is, if there are differentials, what's the explanation as to why there are differentials? Whether it's geographic differentials, you send part-timers to X geographic areas and full-timers to Y geographic areas, and or is deployment based on the distance from the actual facility that they're deploying from, etc. So a basic understanding as to what the deployment differentials are, if any, and then just an explanation as to why you've made those, or why those differentials are the way they are. Okay?
Okay.
Yes.
Anything further, colleagues? I'll probably have some additional written requests for report backs. I know that Mr. Rosendahl will, as chair of our Transportation Committee, and I do want to say, I should have said this at the outset, that the only reason that Mr. Rosendahl is not here today is because he is mandated to serve in jury duty right now. So he's doing his civic duty in another way right now. He's being compelled to do so. Otherwise, he would not have missed today, I'm sure. So thank you very much to all of you, and we'll be submitting some additional questions for report back as well.
Thank you.
And colleagues, that brings us now to planning. So I'd like to ask Mr. LeGrand to start making his way up, and as he's coming up, I have one card on planning, and that's from Mr. McQuiston. So Mr. McQuiston, if you can come forward.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Mr. McQuiston, go ahead.
Jim McQuiston. Recently, Plum took up a suggestion from the Planning Department, which I certainly second, that our planning code, our zoning code, is falling apart because it doesn't seem to be what people want anymore. And there's so many loopholes that people are trying to put into it or trying to weave around that we really need to do it all over again. The thing that concerned me was that the budgets didn't seem to match what the Blue Books have in the budget for this year. So I had some questions on that, and then it turned out that this was going to take about $5 million, maybe a year, to get straight. And it seemed like, of course, I'm a management consultant, it seemed like that wasn't really appropriate. But the other thing was that it was going to involve a lot of outside consultants, and I thought that our planning department ought to be doing something a little bit differently. Namely, we're so tied up now with things that the planning department really shouldn't be having to do, that they can't do what they're really supposed to be doing. And of course, I'm a champion of the planning department, so I think it's time that we looked at the budget to try to cut off some of the things that they shouldn't be doing and get on with what they should be doing, namely getting this planning and zoning code straightened out. And one of the problems is that the council is doing this because they're kind of not paying attention to what our zoning code says right now, and that makes the planning department do a little extra work that they shouldn't be doing. So I did want to bring this up to Budget and Finance because I think Budget and Finance could do a lot to get that straightened out. But it does take some discipline on the council's part, I must say, too.
Thank you. Now, Mr. LeGrand, if you'll permit me, Mr. Kretz has some questions that he wants to get on the record now for follow-up because he has another commitment that he needs to get to right now. So why don't we go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Kretz, and then you can respond to his questions, whether in writing or otherwise.
Right, or if you want to respond to them here, I won't be here, but my staff will hear it, and everyone else will too. So whether it makes sense now or later, I'll leave that up to you. First of all, there's 79 employees in the case processing section, but there's only 4 actual zoning administrators that are allowed to issue approvals for items like restaurant alcohol licenses and CUPs and minor adjustments. Has there been any consideration of adding an additional zoning administrator to speed up the approval process and get more businesses open, hiring employees, and paying sales tax to the city? Second, we have a very difficult development and permitting process in the city. Large applicants have attorneys and consultants to walk them through it, but what are we doing to make our process work for small businesses that can't afford an army of experts to get their business open or their building built? Then I understand the revenue is on track to end the year ahead of budget. Is there a particular kind of case or building activity we're seeing an uptick in that has helped get us there? And if so, are we keeping up with the increase in that particular area, or are our processing times slipping in any of those areas? Then for the CAO or the CLA, there's a sign ordinance the department has put together that passed out of Plum, and it's being reviewed by the city attorney, which, as we know, due to staffing, is sometimes a slow process. The attorneys have indicated it's going to take a while as well. One small piece of that ordinance is setting up a fund that the industry and others could contribute to and fund staff to study and fix signage issues ranging from billboards to window signs to ways to enforce. And since not having that piece is preventing us from potentially accepting free money for important signage work. Is there a way to proceed forward with just that part or initiate that fund separately through this committee? And lastly, for the CAO or the CLA, I'd like to see a report back on the planning compliance unit. And I want to make a motion and take a separate vote to add that program and those 3 positions back to the department. This unit would be paid for out of the Planning Case Processing Special Fund, which has a balance of over $4 million and has been accumulating a growing surplus. Enforcement of conditions and follow-up with conditional use permits and plan approvals is critical for all of our neighborhoods, and it's my belief that we've ignored it for too long. So there's a few questions. I apologize for an early departure that I can't avoid, but hopefully we can answer some of those in committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cresson. We'll hold that motion in abeyance until next week when we start taking up specific budget decisions. Thank you. Thank you very much for getting those on the record. And Mr. LeGrand, why don't we go ahead and turn it over to you? You can make any introductory comments you'd like, and then if you'd like to respond to Mr. Kretz's questions now, you may. And then each of us will have questions as well.
Thank you very much. Michael LeGrand for the record, Director of the City Planning Department. Along with me is my executive team. Starting on my left is Alan Bell, Deputy Director, Matthew Crawford, our esteemed budget analyst, Eva Juan McDaniel, the Deputy Director over Administration and Personnel. Thank you for having me today. You've spent a lot of time going over some very difficult issues. I'll be very brief in my comments, and I appreciate your dedicated focus on fixing the city's finances and working with the CAO and the Mayor's office and presenting a really strong budget. Last year, we started a process of really doing more with less, stripping down the department to our core functions and making sure that we deliver our services to our constituents in an efficient and effective manner. We had 7 or 8 strategic changes, and it really involved around increasing community involvement. We created a new neighborhood liaison position. We changed the way that we process our applications and our business models to be more efficient and effective. We also organized our department into long-range planning and had dedicated planners working on a team to complete our community plan program. We also established 10 geographic coordination teams that bring our services a lot closer to the constituents of Los Angeles. And we also enhanced and specialized our historic preservation overlay zone planners into one dedicated area. And we also assembled a major project sections to focus on regionally significant projects such as the stadium and the event center, as well as NBC Universal, Westfield, and many of the big projects that we see across Los Angeles today that are coming through the construction trades. So we're happy to say that our reorganization has been completed in this past fiscal year, and now we're reaping some of the benefits of having that. We're a lot leaner and smaller department than we have been in years past. We're less dependent upon the general fund, and we've been able to access new forms of funding for many vital programs, such as grant applications in the millions of dollars from Metro to do TOD planning around our new transit lines through Measure R. And we've also worked very closely with the council on being successful on reaching out to federal and state policymakers to get some local grant programs that fall within our mission of planning livable and healthy communities in Los Angeles and raising the quality of life. So we feel very optimistic about the proposed budget and are happy to answer any questions. And I can start with Councilman Kretz's if you'd like, briefly, and then do a written report back to you in committee or when you entertain those motions.
Thank you very much. And let me say first that I want to congratulate you on the implementation of the reorganization that you've done. This is a department, as Mr. Reyes reminds us frequently, with good reason, that since 2009 has had about a 30% reduction in budget and even more than that in number of authorized positions. And it's a drastically scaled down department upon which this city depends so much for what we're going to look like as a city for the future, and how the city is going to function, and whether our neighborhoods are going to work, and whether we're going to maintain quality of life. And so I really want to congratulate you on what you've been able to do in that regard. And in particular, I know ZA cases have been significantly streamlined and expedited. The backlog has been significantly reduced. And if you could talk a little bit about that first. And then similarly, I know that there's been some concern, I guess the converse of that is that there's been some concern that I've heard expressed about the expedited processing section, which has become so popular because it's such a good program that in some respects the expedited processing is now starting to backlog to the point that it's not so expedited anymore, which is a particular problem for small businesses who might feel that that's a wise investment on a one-time basis for them to do because their livelihood depends upon it. It seems like a great opportunity for us to really encourage business development and jobs creation here in Los Angeles if we can get that program backlog freed up so that we can do actual expedited processing. So if you could talk about those two things first.
Thank you very much. Due to the early retirement program instituted a few years ago, the department went from having 9 zoning administrators down to 4, plus the 1 zoning administrator we currently have in our expedited section. And one of the difficulties has been trying to keep up with the caseload. Although many large development projects have slowed down, actual use cases like restaurants, small businesses, even residential development has continued at a pretty high level. So we've seen about a 20% reduction in those types of applications, but over a 45% reduction in the staffing we had in that office. So we were faced with a backlog. Our expedited section has done very well to help reduce that, and I'll address your specific question about them in a moment. So one of the issues we're doing is we had to reorganize the department to use a lot more junior staff to assist the zoning administrators in issuing the determinations. But as the charter and the forefathers of Los Angeles set up a system of quasi-judicial decision makers and the zoning administrators, it's very important that we have them conduct hearings on certain types of applications as well as render decisions, which are eventually appealable to the area planning commissions, in many cases the city council. And so having that drastic staff reduction, we've been doing our best to keep the office maintaining a productive environment, getting the cases out. We've made some good strides in terms of reducing the backlog there. Many of our applications go to public hearing within 5 months, and they're issued determinations shortly thereafter. Our expedited processing section normally does it in about half that time, 3 months to a public hearing, and a number of weeks to a decision letter. We have found that since there's been a backlog in our zoning administrator's office, the expedited processing section, which the applicants pay 100% of the fees for that additional staff to work on, has been backlogged. And so one of the things when we look at solutions to that, these are all special funded. There's no money from the general fund, so the applicants pay for the full cost of these 2 units, is to have some additional position authorities available for us to work with the CAO and the CLA and the mayor's office to utilize when we have funding. So when we see an uptick in cases, we can come back and show that we have available funding to pay for those positions and be able to hire that staff and bring them in to get those small businesses open. Right now, we're currently at our maximum level of support in terms of authorized positions for zoning administrators, and so we'd like to see a slight increase in that, and we'd be happy to work with you on that. And that's the same with the expedite section, is having the ability to go back, show that we have the available funding, use that funding to bring people in to get those businesses open and those cases processed. We have a pretty good gauge of how many cases we see a year. And due to our complexity and our zoning regulations, our size of the city, we don't see that reducing drastically over the next year, even during this recession.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas?
So at the end of the day, the successful streamlining process, do you think you have the latitude to readjust that and then get it back to where it's satisfactory on both sides of the counter as to whether it's going fast enough?
Yeah, one of the difficulties that we face is due to the lending and the banks and the carrying costs of holding a property while you're waiting for your entitlements, I'm not sure we could ever be fast enough with the discretionary public process that we have.
But as far as being as fast as you had hoped you would be, and it sounds like out of the gate you were hitting your mark, right? And it seems like because of the popularity of it, maybe you're not hitting your mark as well as you thought. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes,
no, I'm not talking about satisfactory as far as ultimate satisfaction with the customer. Sorry about that. But as far as hitting your mark like you did out of the gate.
Thank you. Yes, and I think that's where if we had the management flexibility to be able to manage within our budget and have some room to grow those positions slightly when they can be paid for, I think we could meet that mark.
See, and that's the part that I feel bad for the CAO's office, because we give them a mandate, the mayor's office, and we give them a mandate to just make sure that everybody, tightens up their belt and comes within budget or what have you. And they end up having come from a vantage point of being a generalist, perhaps, compared to your day-to-day responsibility of actually running the department. And then yet at the same time, we have to try to figure out, I think it's incumbent upon us policymakers to figure out where do we draw the line with supporting the CAO's recommendations, but also letting the department go ahead and have the flexibility, the management flexibility, to move within your budget envelope and then actually keep running and making those changes on the fly. So what can we do seriously in this process right now to help you get there, so that we hold you accountable and responsible for your budget number, but at the same time, you're able to have the flexibility to do things, especially like what the chairman pointed out. You were hitting the mark coming out of the gate. Sounds like you slowed down. What can we do to make sure you can get back to that objective and meet that objective?
Yeah, for me as general manager, I think having some minimal level of resolution authorities available to us that are unfunded, that we could prove to the CAO, the CLA, and the mayor's budget team that we have the ability through managed hiring or another mechanism to pay for those positions with the fees and the revenues that they generate, and that we could pay for them, not impact the general fund or the tax base of the city, and also help us get out of this recession in terms of getting people to work and creating jobs. So they've been very good, the CAO, in terms of the managed hiring process. Unfortunately, we didn't forecast this in time to put it in our budget, so they haven't had a chance to address it, and this has been coming up more recently than it was when we prepared our budget months ago.
Well, maybe what we can do, because you're talking about you're the kind of department that actually generates funds and could perhaps satisfy that answer and stay within the envelope. Maybe what we can do, Miguel, is come up with something during this budget process that gives some kind of flexibility, kind of like a UB style flexibility for those kinds of funds in real time, so that you don't have to come back at every moment to let us know, hey, we got a spike in funds. It looks like we have a trend here. It looks like we can count on those funds, and then actually hire somebody or move some bodies around.
Well, we'll be happy to look into that and report back within the context of these hearings. We'll look at existing vacancies that they have to see how much room they currently have within the existing organizational structure, and then try to identify solutions to give them some level of flexibility so they could meet the demands of the growing economy.
Yeah, because this is a perfect example where out there in the developer world, time is money. So if we were able to streamline that and allow you that flexibility, then those hiccups that you described when they've got money on the line, they're paying interest or what have you, they're having to make a decision. Do I hang in there hoping that my property, my entitlements get resolved, or do I just let go? And then all of a sudden, that's a lose-lose for everybody. And perhaps that linchpin in the situation would have been that kind of flexibility on your part, where you can give them the light at the end of the tunnel, and you can actually keep that expedited process fast enough where they can hold on to that property, make that investment, and also at the end of the day improve that community. So hopefully we can get there, and I'm hoping that we can at least have a good, strong outline of how we could mechanically do that and legislatively through this process, and then we'll allow you to do that as the year goes on. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Englander. All right, thank you. And I know we spoke, just to piggyback before I get started on Mr. Cardenas's comments, in managed hiring we talked about day one having a citywide approach and looking at anything that is either revenue producing or special funded, and coming back with an idea to figure out a way to streamline that process out of managed hiring and have either a different or expedited process. So this would fall right into that category. And so I'd look at that from all departments. Having said that, Mr. Legrand.
Yes, sir.
You've gotten a lot of compliments and softball questions. So I'm going to take a different approach. I want to ask you if you know something that, let me phrase it a different way. Do you know about the large, you should know as the general manager, about the large projects and issues going on in the city right now?
I hope so, yes.
Okay, then you should be able to answer this question.
Okay.
Who's going to be the football team?
For the city of Los Angeles?
Are we getting a football team?
Yes, I believe we should be getting a football team at the
Who's going to be the team?
A very good Los Angeles
I report back to the...
Okay, I promise you that. Thank you.
With that...
If I may, we have an excellent football team in Los Angeles. They play on Saturdays in the Coliseum.
Very good.
We don't need to report back on that, Mr. LeGrand.
Thank you. I'd be happy to do a site visit to ensure that they're there.
Your predecessor, Ms. Goldberg, when she came on, wrote a strategic plan for the planning department in the city of LA. And in reviewing that, I just wanted to say and that from my perspective, I thought it was a great vision plan. It wasn't a strategic plan. That it was labeled, it was a vision plan. And I know you and I have had conversations about that, and the idea of, and that's why you stepped up, and I wanted to compliment you on that, and to be one of the first departments for performance-based budgeting and drafting a strategic plan. It's the perfect department to do it. With a great general manager, actually, somebody who gets it and understands it. I know we've had a lot of conversations about it, so I'm really excited that we're going to actually have that in place. Wanted to ask you how things were going, your perspective on it as well. Hopefully it would address a lot of the concerns that were brought up earlier, or we'd have that performance-based metrics that are measurable. It used to be that the planning department, 6-7 years ago, I remember working on the budget with Greg Smith, and the planning department was the poster child of the workload indicators that were in the budget book that are no longer in the budget book. And it was because a lot of the workload indicators, not just with the planning department, but actually every department, they weren't truly captured because there was no way to really capture it. How many actual specific types of permits, or how many visitors, unique visitors you had at a counter, or how many, all of those things. So they were virtually the same every single year. And so we did away with them because it didn't work. It didn't make any sense, which is where sort of I got the passion of moving forward on the idea of performance-based budgeting. And so I think it's right that it is the planning department. I'm excited that you're going to be heading that effort and wanted your input on how things were going.
Yes, I'll briefly address that and have Matt Crawford, my analyst, talk a little more about it. But we're really excited to be working with you on that and to follow your vision in terms of having not only the city departments more accountable to our constituents, but every private organization, business that we deal with, they have performance measures that they follow, that they're measured on, that their staff's held to a higher level on. And I think for city government, it's well overdue. We've had internal measures for a number of years that we've looked at to make sure that our staff who's sitting next to the person next to them is getting the same amount of cases out, or that their public outreach is being successful, and we're talking to our customers to make sure that we're delivering the services they need in a time that they need them. So I think now more than ever, with the budget constraints we're facing in the city, it's a very healthy exercise for all the departments to go through, and we're happy to partner with your office as well as the Bureau of Sanitation to be the two pilot programs to go through this budget, and we feel we're well poised to be successful and deliver that level of transparency the constituents deserve and expect. Eva, if you'd like to address this.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Eva Yuan McDaniel, City Planning. Ever since the performance budgeting project is going quite well. We've been working with the team since January. So as of end of April, we have completed the draft. And the draft will be finalized when our budget is finalized. And then that plan is going to be used by the CAO to adapt it into the new budget. And then our strategic plan elements will be published at that time. So everything is going according to schedule. And I want to thank Todd Buey and also Emily from the CAO's office for working with us so closely, and every step of the way they're providing assistance in reviewing the product that will turn in.
Great, thank you for that. And I view planning and being a member of not only the Plum Committee, but even from a matter of public safety, is the core function of the city, and that's the backbone of the city, because when we are moving planning documents and approving cases, and that's not only generating revenue to the city directly, but it's also creating jobs, a lot of jobs. And in an area where jobs are, in the construction business particularly, are the lowest that have been hit in this economy, it's killing us. And so being more business friendly, more user friendly, more accessible, you guys have really done a lot, quite frankly, in the last couple of years in the toughest economic times where you have been cut dramatically to work with our clients, if you will, of the city. And so I truly appreciate that's recognized by many outside of the building, and I hear it constantly. With that, I've got a couple questions. I know Mr. Koretz was starting asking for a motion, and it was something to do with compliance, and then in reading your letter and discussions, I know there was an ask back, a department request on condition compliance. I was just in it for clarity. I know he's not here, but I was assuming that's where he was going with it, and so we're going to it's on the conditional compliance request.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll come back and look at that then, and that's one again that seems to be common sense and it makes sense. So we'll look at that.
Actually, Mr. Ingram, if I may, on that point, which I think is a really important point, and I appreciate your discussion of it in your letter, the condition compliance, because that is something that we all hear about a great deal. And I'm looking forward to seeing your report about how to initiate such a program. But as part of that report, I think it's also important that we make sure that compliance is done in coordination with the other city departments, so that we don't have the problem of repetitive enforcement, redundancy in compliance efforts, both for cost efficiency's sake and also to make sure that our businesses aren't incurring that gauntlet of enforcement that they so often have to undergo.
Correct. On the CRA, the dissolution of the CRA and the responsibility for administrating the 31 active redevelopment agencies, I know you're asking for 11 new positions on that, and I didn't see a funding source associated with that. Is there one?
Correct. I'll let the CEO identify that, but my understanding was some of those issues were actually taken off budget in terms of our budget discussions. But we have gone before the Plum Committee with a proposal. Again, because of changes in state law, we've been effectively the elimination of the redevelopment agencies has created a huge gap in Los Angeles, where we have land use regulations embedded in the redevelopment plans that need to be administered. For example, Hollywood and downtown have things called delimitations, where to get the types of high rises that we call for in downtown, there's a public benefit process you go through with the Community Redevelopment Agency. Currently, those plans are still be in existence. We'd be in need of an agency to carry out those land use powers. In addition, there's owner participation agreements. There's many land use controls in some areas that are very blighted. We have parking reductions to try and stimulate the economy in those areas. We have design overlays that community members have spent hours and hours developing, and to implement those with the limited redevelopment staffing that we currently have until June, I believe, is going to be near to impossible come July. So we've come forward with a program we've developed with a working group with CRA management as well as our management to identify what are those land use powers that could be transferred over to the city, so that we can keep these types of projects moving forward, and we can keep those redevelopment plans implemented and not have businesses wait too long to open, to have to go through duplicative review, and where can we make actually streamlined processes where we have our planners who are working in that neighborhood also know that redevelopment plan. And so we've come up with a proposal. Currently there's about 15 people doing this in the CRA. We'd be able to do it with about 11 full-time equivalent staff members. Due to some of the economies of scale we have, rolling that into our existing current planning and our public counter functions, so we feel that we can still deliver that service. The source of funding would be that tax increment money that would be coming to the city, that would no longer be going to the redevelopment agency, is what we've identified.
We'll be happy to report back the 11 positions, about a $1.5 million budget request. Obviously, the tax increment that we're getting is being used to fill the budget hole that we have.
Right. That's why I asked the revenue stream, because that's already gone.
But we could work with the department to see if some of these positions are eligible for case processing fees to help cover some of the costs. So we'll report back on any potential funding sources to cover that $1.5 million.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the last question I had was on page 411, item 26. 411, number 26, is an increased funding for GIS and system support, but it doesn't authorize any positions to do the work. But then if you go back to page 403, number 10, you're actually deleting the 2 general funded vacancy positions, so they were vacant anyway, for GIS system specialists. So you'd be getting the funding in this budget for the program, but you don't have any bodies to do the work. And I was just
Yeah, it's a great point.
trying to figure that out.
And with such a large budget, many times these things
Yes, well,
come through this way.
That's why we're here.
Great. Thank you for your focus on this issue. One of the issues we have is we're getting a major infusion of grant money from Metro this year, and hopefully continuing into future years, to design station area plans around the stations so that when the new rail lines are built, for example in Crenshaw, the Expo line, we have the ability to have those incorporate in a livable fashion in the neighborhoods rather than overwhelm them. In some areas they need protections, other areas they need parking regulations, some areas will be new development opportunities. So in order to develop those plans, we were able to be awarded some planning grants through the Metro Board. And so in order to utilize those, some of the positions we asked for were technical positions like GIS specialists and what have you. Some of those vacancies have been eliminated from the department that we're planning on filling with that funding that would not be general funded. Again, this is outside money. The other point is things like the stadium. There's a lot of technical IT work that we do, as well as GIS work, to make that available online, to have the EIR comment period online, and a lot of those types of programs that pay for themselves to the applicants. These are the positions we would use, and they've been eliminated in the budget, so we're hoping to see some of those have some flexibility to add those back, especially when we have the financing for them.
Well, it looks like, yeah, we've got the financing for the support and for the system, but not the staff. So if we can look at how we can fund that staff, particularly when it's covered by the applicants, it would make sense. So I think we need to. Yes.
I think I can answer part of your specific question related to what's on pages 411 and 403.
Okay.
On item 26, the systems and GIS support, the planning department, as you know, has a special fund to collect a surcharge on permits. It's called the Systems Development Trust Fund. And this item 26 allocates those funds, and it varies from year to year. And so this particular item, number 26, is just allocating what is going to be a surplus, more funds that will be available to them next year based on what they think they will collect. The department also has general funded systems positions, and so item 10 on page 403 is a vacant general funded systems position. It wasn't funded by the Systems Development Trust Fund.
Right.
So that's how the two can coexist in the same budget.
No, I got that, but item 26 is not a position.
No, it is only for expenses.
Right. So do you have anybody in those in a position to implement and work on the GIS system support?
Indeed, they do have about 50 positions that are funded in the Department for Systems and GIS work. Part of them are funded by the trust fund, and part of them are funded through the general fund. But they're continuing positions. They're already in the budget.
Okay.
Councilman, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Councilman, you brought up a very good point, and Maddie was correct. We do have a system surcharge that brings in some money to support part of our systems and GIS operation. However, the deletion of the positions is a separate issue, and the planning department is asking the CAO to consider restoring those positions because we will not use the general fund to fund those positions. Those positions, if activated, will be funded with special fund. For example, we have the Metro TOD.
I got it. So if they are special funded, again, they should fall into that category. And
right.
within whatever we come out of this whole, the entire budget process, that we are looking at something outside of managed hiring for special funded resolution authorities, and so that should fit categorically into that. Okay. Thank you.
So that we're clear, those 5 positions then should be part of our reports back, both in terms of what their services are, what the alternative funding mechanisms are, non-general fund funding mechanisms are,
Yes.
And any other policy arguments that there may be for maintaining them or not. And similarly, I'd like the 2 management analyst positions that you discussed to be included as well in a report back.
Thank you.
Did you want to take a minute, to the extent that you haven't already addressed the issues that Mr. Kretz raised?
Yes. Thank you. For the majority of those, I have raised it. One word on the code compliance unit. What we're looking at is this isn't building code compliance. This is really the planning and zoning code under 1226. There's a duty of the department to enforce the regulations and the conditions that we put on these projects. Many times we'll go to a public hearing and say in 2 years you need to come back for a review of your plans to make sure you're in compliance with those conditions. This is really where that unit would focus, is on those applications that have made promises to the community, and many times as the new owner comes in and they're just not aware of the conditions that they need to be following. So this is where we would start with this program, and again, it's a small pilot program. It would be completely funded on its own, and we feel that in the future years, if successful and we can demonstrate to the council a good track record, we could expand that program to cover more of the city. Another issue that the councilman brought up regarding the zoning administrator issues, I believe I covered. And I believe this committee's also covered the issues in terms of when we have an increase in caseload, how do we respond to that? So I believe his issues have been covered. In closing, the one last thing that if we're looking at the enterprise fund and how to pay, one of the positions that was deleted due to the consolidation of the HR functions to downtown personnel department, we lost a payroll clerk. It sounds very mundane, but in an organization of 250 people, we don't have anyone to process payroll. Since we'll be that person and their position will be going to the consolidation of human resources. That position has been deleted from our budget, so we're asking for that position to be restored so we can maintain our payroll function within the department, issue paychecks for our workers. And the last thing, in closing, thank you for the accolades. I want to make sure that you understand it's the department and the staff in the department that have done all this great work these past 2 years and the years prior to that. We depend upon many of our planners and support staff to serve the community, and I'm glad to hear that you're satisfied with the service they've been providing, and we look forward to next fiscal year raising the bar even higher.
Thank you very much. And by the way, the payroll clerk issue I don't think was contained in your letter, so if you might just include that in your reports back as well for consideration. Anything further? Ms. Kalfaya?
Just to get a note, one of the other questions had to do with the sign ordinance, and I think that may need to just ask some further questions about the legality of separating those issues. So that's something that we can look at a report back on.
I think that'd be a great way to handle it. We're working with the city attorney on that and the funding mechanism and some of the constraints around that. So we'll be happy to report back to this committee with that.
Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Appreciate your good work. Colleagues, I'm pleased to report that it's 5:35 and we've completed our day's work today. Tomorrow we'll be resuming at 1 o'clock and we'll be hearing from Building and Safety, Animal Services, Emergency Management, El Pueblo, the Zoo, the Department of Aging, Department on Disability, Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, and the Convention Center, including LA Inc. So we will see you all back again here at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you all very much.
That's government efficiency.